Greetings to all. I would like to congratulate on the successful commencement of the forum. As the China president of the forum, it is an honor to deliver opening remarks. I've been in education for decades. I've been thinking about the theme of the forum, which is the internal motivation of children, which is the source of learning. And the topic is well-being and the internal motivation of learning. I think it's a great theme which reveals certain patterns of learning for the young students. It is also tied in with the theme of the day in China. Been to Denmark twice, though very short those trips were, but I was impressed by the education there. At least the pressure and the burden there are less. Children are more motivated and active, which are lessons that we need to learn from in China. For the China-Denmark Education Forum, which is a great opportunity for us to conduct mutual exchanges, I would say that China has introduced policies to reduce two things on it in total for our Danish experts is to reduce the burden for the children and to give more freedom and liberty to students. I think when it comes to happiness and well-being, they come from a successful experience. When children feel and experience success, they feel also pleasure uh, and pride. In Chinese, there's a saying that failure is the mother of success. I think is quite the reverse. If the children can apply what they learn, which is to combine learning with practice, the children could feel that they are learning and living at the same time. They would feel happiness and more interest in learning. I think the forum has more to witness from experts with their expertise and experience. COVID is still spreading. However, it cannot really stop our exchanges and learnings regardless of our distance. The forum is convening online. Nevertheless, as educators, we can feel each other's breath, heartbeat. We are breathing as one. Lastly, I wish the forum a complete success. Thank you.
各位观众朋友，大家下午好。欢迎参加由中国教育
Dear
30
audience, good
论
afternoon.
坛
Welcome
和
to
丹麦终身
the
学习计划协
second
会联合主办的
China
第二
Danish
届中
Education
国丹
Forum
麦教育
that
论
is
坛。我们
co-hosted
今年论
by
坛的主
the
题是
Education
幸福感、
30 and
学习
the
的内
China
驱力。
Education Forum
近几十年以
organization
来，
body.
丹麦的
And
幸
our
福指
topic
数一
is
直高居全
internal
球榜首。
force.
研究
And
显
over the
示，
years, we
丹麦人
see
的儿
the
童教育
well-being
是他们
index
实
of
现拥
Denmark
有幸福
being
感的
ranked
重要的原
really
因。
high around the
最
world.
近一
They
段
found
时
the
间，
child education
中
is
国的
one of
教育
the
新政
most
频出，
important reasons
教育
over the
将回
years.
归本
China's
质，
introduced a
学
lot of
生、
new
家长、老
education
师们的焦虑
policies
将大
when
为
to
降低。
return education to
学生们将拥有自由
resolving the
快乐的学
anxieties
习
of
生
parents,
活。
students, and
在
the
第
learning
二届中
community.
丹教育论
Students
坛中，
will
我们
have
将邀请来
great
自中国
live
和丹麦的
learning. And
14
in
位
the
嘉
next
宾，
few days,
他
we'll
们
have
分别
14 experts
是
from
老
China and
师、
Denmark
学生、
who
家
are
长、校长
teachers,
和教育
students,
从业者，
parents,
来共同探讨
presidents,
学生
principals,
成
and
长的幸
education
福密码。
practitioners who
今
will
年呢，我们也
share
非
and
常高
explore
兴
the
能够邀请
code,
到
the secret code
2021
of
年东京奥运
learning
会
happiness. We're
羽毛
also
球
very
男单
glad
冠军
to
埃塞
have
隆先生。
an
埃先生
Aslan,
也会来跟
Mr.
大家分
Aslan,
享
who's
他
the
对教育和幸福教
badminton
育的一些看法，以及
champion
我
for
们两位论坛主
2020
席
Winter
中国
Olympics.
教
He
育
will also
30
share with
论
us
坛
his
成员
views.
原成
And
都
we
武侯实
also
验中
have
学校长李振西老
the
师和丹
Mr.
麦
Li
终身学
Zhenxi,
习
who
计
used
划
to be
理
the
事长摩
president
根
of
先
the
生。
Wuhou Middle School,
下面我
and
们有
Mr.
请第一
Morgan,
位分
who's the
享嘉
counselor
宾，
from
他是来自
Denmark. Mr. Viktor Axelsen and Mr. Li Zhenxi, the educator, on who will be talking about the intrinsic motivation and well-being in school education. Welcome, Mr. Axelsen and Mr. Li Zhenxi.
埃塞隆你好，
你好，
哎呦，你这种方式见面，
啊，对的，好久不见，你怎么样？
我还好啊， 好久没见，你没见过我，我也没见过你啊。上次我见过你的，我看你比赛，但你没见到我。
好的。
那18年的时候，在欧登赛吧，好像还是。
丹麦公开赛应该是吧？
对，18年10月份。
好，是的。
效果还好吗？我说话你能听到的是吧？
我听得到，如果我听不懂的话呢，我就告诉你。
到成都来过没有啊？成都去过没有？
对，去过。
啊，还去过成都啊？
对。所以去过中国的很多地方。
哦，首先祝贺你，最近获得了东京奥运会的男单冠军啊。我想呢，今天你作为一个体育运动员、体育明星，一个世界冠军，本来和教育是不搭界的。我呢是个教育从业人员，那和你对话呢算是跨界对话。再加上您的中文又这么棒，也不存在语言障碍。我从这儿聊起吧。你这个羽毛球是什么时候开始练的？
我是差不多6岁的时候开始练的。其实我爸爸他以前也打了羽毛球，然后我们的家离球馆很近，所以他给我介绍一下这个体育，然后我很快就怎么说爱上了羽毛球。所以
也就
你说
我的意思就是说，是你父亲教你打的练的羽毛球。如果你父亲不安排你打羽毛球，你会不会爱上羽毛球呢？
其实我的父亲不是我的怎么说，不是我的教练，这是我爸爸他给我介绍一下羽毛球，然后当然周末的时候我们俩去球馆玩球，但是我很快在那个俱乐部有机会参加一个比较怎么说有教练的那个训练。所以其实我爸爸他只是给我介绍一下，然后当然他也支持了我很多，因为从小有很多比赛，所以他陪我去丹麦很多的地方参加比赛，因为我很快就开始参加比赛。
哦，我在想啊，这个你一定是从羽毛球运动当中获得了幸福感，
对，
或者是愉快。能不能给大家分享一下，你为什么这么喜欢羽毛球？
我觉得
你现在羽毛球给你带来了什么？对，
我觉得羽毛球给我带来了很多幸福，因为我觉得不管你做什么，我都觉得有一个那个快乐的感觉是最重要的，要不然这个对我来讲，我不要怎么说花很多时间做这个事情，而且呢，我最可能不会进步很多。但是呢，一开始打羽毛球的时候，我的感觉是，这个让我很开心，我的所有的注意力是在球上和在我的训练啊什么的，所以这个我觉得对我来说真的是一个很重要的事情。虽然那么6岁的时候我不太懂这个事情，但是呢，我掀起的感觉是非常非常好，所以我很快就发现羽毛球是我生活中很快乐的一个事情。
哦，我在想，就是还没有拿冠军之前，你就很喜欢羽毛球了，是不是这个意思啊？
对，是的，
就你喜欢的是羽毛球本身，而不是说拿冠军啊。
是的。
但是
拿冠军当时对我来说不重要，重要的是我觉得好玩儿。我觉得每次打球是一个非常好玩的事情，而且呢，我可以跟我的很多朋友，很快我就在俱乐部交了很多新朋友，对不对？所以这个对我来说当时是非常重要的，因为朋友和快乐是最重要的。
朋友快乐，那你快乐喜欢羽毛球，遇到过困难没有呢？训练羽毛球的。
其实从小我输了比赛之后有点儿不太开心，因为我也非常喜欢那个竞争，那个打比赛啊，我也很喜欢赢，对不对？然后我觉得这个是一个羽毛球给我带来的一个很重要的事情，这个是 输了比赛之后，你是怎么去处理那个在掀起的感觉？我觉得不管是在羽毛球还是生活中别的事情，这个都是一个非常重要的学习。
对，我有你打羽毛球，我就想到，你某种意义上讲，你训练羽毛球也是一种学习，而这种刚才说的这个内驱力，就来自你对羽毛球本身的热爱，啊，那学习也是一样的。你刚才有一句话我听了以后，很有感慨，你说你根本就没有想过以后拿冠军，就你是喜欢的羽毛球本身这个运动。那现在我们像我们中国很多学生呢，他学习就是为了分数，他不是享受学习的过程，因为他的内驱力不是来自幸福感，而是来自很功利的一个结果。那我就在想，我就想到你的学习了。你比如说你的中文这么好，你能不能给大家分享一下，你是怎么从学中文的？中文是很难的，应该说，当然我们学中文嘛，什么的母语肯定不难的。那对外国人来说，他学中文比学英文要难得多。那在我们外人看来，这么一个艰苦的事儿，你又是如何从中文当中找到那个又是怎样的动力，是吧？驱动你去学中文的啊？你给大家分享一下。
这个是一个很好玩的故事。我觉得我的以前的教练是6年前，他问我为什么你不开始学习中文，然后我说这个太难。然后呢，回家之后，我想了一下，因为我当时不是上大学或者做别的学习，因为我的所有的注意力是在羽毛球上，但是我还是有这个感觉，在场外的时候，我的脑子一直动，我想我要花这个怎么说？我要花这个时间做别的事情。然后我觉得学习中文真的是一个很好的事情，因为作为羽毛球的运动员，我们常常去中国参加比赛，对不对？所以，而且呢，我非常尊重中国的文化，中国人什么的。我觉得我可以从中国人学习很多非常重要的事情。所以我告诉了自己，好吧，那我就开始。然后刚刚开始的时候，我一个人在网上搜了一下怎么可以学习中文，但是我很快发现有一个个人的老师是非常重要的。但是我觉得最重要的是我没有压力，这个是因为我觉得非常有意思。我觉得学习一个新的语言非常好玩。我记得很清楚，第一次跟一个中国人用中文交流，这个是哇，我突然可以跟一个怎么说不说英语的人聊天，这个是非常幸福的一个事情。我觉得这个给我更多的动力，所以是怎么说小的进步就积累了，然后给我更多的动力什么的。而且呢没有什么压力，这个是因为我觉得这是一个幸福的事情，对，好玩。所以这个是不好意思，我说了很多话，但是有的时候我的中文还是有很多进步的空间，所以我试试用我字给你解释一下。
很棒，很棒。我听你讲啊，我受到2个启发，一个是之所以喜欢中文，学中文，觉得这个是我理解啊，就是和一个不说英语国家的人可以交流，对你来说是一个很新奇，是吧？很好玩的一件事儿。
对，是一个好玩的一件事。而且呢，我突然有机会跟我的中国的粉丝和朋友
直接对话，直接交流。
对，而且呢有一个比较深的关系，对不对？这个也是非常重要的。
对，然后呢，你刚才又说，每一次的小的进步积累起来就是个巨大的一个幸福感，这种幸福感，又驱动你继续去学。你中文有没有考级啊？有没有这个中文水平的？
其实我觉得，因为我不是，
对你不是专业的，什么搞翻译是吧？
对，说实话，我不太专业的。其实刚刚开始学习中文的时候，我给自己一个目标，就是能接这个打比赛后能接那个中文的采访。然后呢，有这种机会，比如说跟你说话，这个也给我很多幸福，也是一个非常大的，怎么说？对我来说也以前是一个很大的目标。所以我很开心，我 到这儿，但是现在我要把我的中文水平更高和说更流利。
你写怎么样？中文的写
我很快发
不会
现，如果我学会写的话，那我要花太多时间。
对的，
然后
对的。
不幸是我没有那么多时间。对我来说，最重要的是我的
口
听力、
语交际，对，
阅
听力、
阅读、
口语交际、阅读，读是没问题，
对，
读是没问题的啊，读没
对，电子产品可以打字聊。
你现在可以用中文打字是吧？打中文。
对，可以。
对，你可不可以在 QQ 上跟我聊吗？QQ 不在那个微信上跟我就是用中文嘛？
是的。
只是说你不能用中文写文章，是不是这个意思啊？
对，是这个意思。
对，你其实完全可以书面用中文交流的，是吧？只是不能够搞创作啊，也非常棒了，非常棒了，所以我就无论你打羽毛球还是学中文，就是从这个羽毛球和中文本身当中获得了乐趣，而这个乐趣就是我们说的幸福感，是你的内驱力啊。那你给大家介绍一下，你给我讲你的学习经历呢？你是一边打羽毛球呢，还是一边学习，还是完全就没有完成正常的像这种正常的学业？
当然，对我来讲，羽毛球是最重要的，对不对？所以这个我给你。一般刚刚开始学习中文的时候，我知道我每天都要花至少2个小时，所以我早上训练了2到3个小时，然后回家吃午饭，然后我学习了2个小时，然后去下午的训练，然后每次开车，每次在机场排队什么的，我听了中文的播客，然后呢，每次吃饭的时候，我看了其实是孩子的那个很简单的那个中文的视频，我觉得多听这个也可以让我更快学习。
你平时在丹麦可能很少人跟你说中文啊，说用中文的时候不多。
我有一个个人的老师，他在北京，所以我们用微信聊，然后他给我作业啊什么的。
刚才你说的
我的一个教练他是中国人，所以我每次跟他做我的小基础的训练的时候，我们用中文聊天。
刚才听你讲这个学中文，练羽毛球，一直强调快乐、轻松，而且没有功利，是吧？比如说刚才你说到学中文，我的目的就是和中国人能够交流，没想过什么要达到什么水平，是吧？就很轻松。羽毛球也是一样的，你开始没想着去拿冠军，就好玩嘛。因为我去过，那我就说到教育了，我去过丹麦2次，我就感觉到，丹麦的孩子啊，相对来说，当然你可能没有比较，他学习相对比较轻松，比较放松。你给我们简单介绍一下，你了解的丹麦的学生的学习情况，他们的学习负担呐，效率学习啊，回家以后做什么呀？我简单说一下吧。
对，我觉得对很多丹麦的孩子来说，那个你说的很对，这个轻松和玩和没有压力的那个感觉是非常重要的。我觉得，因为每一个人都不一样。有的孩子他们可能可以接受那个比较大的压力啊，如果他们非常喜欢去，比如说踢足球啊什么的。但是有的孩子他们的学习的适合他们那个学习的方式可能不一样，所以我觉得在丹麦，我觉得最重要的是好玩，然后看每一个孩子的那个，是适合他们，对不对？因为如果你跟所有的孩子说，那你要学习一个语言，你要在学校里好好学习啊，你要做一个体育啊什么的，但是这个我觉得不对。对我来说很自然的去怎么说去打羽毛球，因为对我来说让我很幸福啊什么的。但是我的一些朋友他们很喜欢学习，比如说在学校他们非常厉害，但是不是我比较喜欢运动啊什么的，所以每一个孩子都不一样。
你刚才说到你练羽毛球的时候也要参加正规的学校学习吗？
是的，要，然后到怎么说？我14岁的时候，我开始有机会每天早上参加我俱乐部的训练，但是从小的时候到15岁的时候，我必须参加那个一般的那个学校的那个课。
哦，就是初中毕业嘛，我们这叫初中毕业，大概就是
是的，
是啊。
是的，
也就
对，
是说啊，你就像我举个例子，中国很多运动员他就是很小就完全就脱离学校了，就到那个训练队去。比如说这次奥运会那个全红婵那个这个就是体操运动员，不知道你熟不熟悉？一个小姑娘，她14岁，她基本就没读书了，就完全脱离了学习。她的文化呢，就通过其他方式专门叫老师给她补。像你这个，我就在想，你一直到14岁。才参加俱乐部训练的。那么14岁以前，你就完全是用业余时间，比如周末去打羽毛球，是不是这个意思啊？
对，是的，每次有机会去球馆打羽毛球，我就去了，因为这个是我最快乐的一个地方，是我的第二个家，真的。所以每次有机会的时候，我去了球馆，而且呢，我记得很清楚，我问了我的父母，你让我晚点回家，因为我在俱乐部玩得很开心啊什么的，所以这个真的给我很多幸福。
哦，你在读14岁以前读中小学的时候，那就是说你其实比一般的学生啊，一般的同学，任务更多。他们只要完成真正的学习就可以了。你除了完成真正的学习，还多了一项任务，还要用休息时间去打羽毛球，是吧？
是的。
那我就2个问题，第一个这个问题，我想我都能够帮你回答。本来我想问你会不会觉得累，我相信你不会觉得累，是你的爱好嘛？
我觉得其实不累，我每天都很期待去。有的时候在学校里说实话，我觉得很无聊。我在我的脑子里都是羽毛球，所以但是不累。我有的时候当然有的时候身体有点累，对，但是
心情很愉快。
对，真的是
精神很愉快。好，
真的。
第二个问题又来了，你刚才说你很喜欢羽毛球，上课都想到羽毛球，我就想问，你花那么多时间去训练，你的身体消耗，你还有足够的精力保证学习吗？会不会或者说你爱好羽毛球这个运动，体育运动会不会影响你的这个学习成绩？
当然，因为每次消耗的那么多，然后训练量那么大，对不对？当然让你很累。但是如果有的，比如说有的时候我的训练量更大，对不对？让我的学习可能只是听和看中文的视频，但是比如说比如说在机场的时候，有很多必须等的排队啊。什么的，这个
你就利用起来，
对，每次有机会我就学习一点点，然后这样学习虽然很累，但是呢还是可以积累很多，所以然后我尽量每一个星期都安排一些课，所以现在我知道，因为我的中文的水平现在还是有很多失误，但是如果我可以保持我现在的水平，我当然很开心，但是我也很希望我可以继续学习，因为我要把我的中文的水平
再提高，
对更高，但是说实话，我觉得打下了一个很好的基础，这个是最重要的，然后保持比较容易。
不是，我刚才还想问你的是，你在学校14岁以前正规学习的时候，不是很多课程吗？包括语文、数学、英语还有很多。就是说你的羽毛球训练，你当时业余时间会不会影响这些功课的学习？
好，这个对，可能是因为其实说实话，我觉得在学校的时候，因为我当时已经开始了有的早上去训练，对不对？所以其实，在学校的时候，我不太好，学习的不太好。 因为我当时已经知道了，我要变成一个羽毛球的运动员，所以我觉得作为一个羽毛球的运动员，我很早就发现，我只有一个机会，我不可以，比如说30多岁之后，决定那我要去做，我要去练羽毛球，然后变成一个非常优秀的运动员。你只有一个机会，这个是从很年轻就训练很多，对不对？
对，那你也就是说，你当时就已经虽然还没有14岁，你才正式进俱乐部训练，但10岁以前你就越来越意识到，以后你的兴趣、你的主要的精力将用于羽毛球，运动。那就是说我这样理解啊，你找到了一个最符合你个性、天赋、爱好、特长的一件事儿，所以无论多么花多少时间去训练，你都觉得是我自己的选择，是吧？好，说回学习，我给你简单讲讲中国的学生，就是现在我们很多中国的学生，他学习的目的不是来自内在的驱动力，他的驱动力就是考试、排名次。我不知道你懂不懂什么叫排名？
对对，我明白，
你也懂得是吧？就一个班有50个孩子，每次考试以后排个名，谁第一谁最后一名，那就这个压力，或者说来自考大学考个好分数，而不是本身的。所以这种很多孩子啊，他的内驱力不是来自自己，来自别人。当这种外在的压力一旦少了，比如说考上大学了，他就松懈了，就不再读书了，是吧？所以我就想，这个内驱力它源于幸福，而这个幸福是来自自身的，不是其他人的，是吧？
真的，这个是一个真的我觉得你说的有道理，真的是一个很重要的事情。我觉得，因为如果你不在你的心里不要去做这个事情，那我觉得效果不会最好。你必须觉得这个你每天都做的事情给你很多幸福啊，然后你觉得好玩啊，要不然我怕长大之后你会后悔你花了那么多时间做这个事情。
丹麦的孩子中小学生啊，他们的晚上回家作业多不多啊？根据你的了解，或者你原来学习的时候、读书的时候。
我觉得现在，其实我觉得丹麦的那个学校啊，压力也是越来越大的。我觉得，因为如果
压力来自什么地方？
对，来自是，比如说，如果你要变成一个律师，对不对？那你必须是医生啊什么的。然后很多的学生，他们的爸妈可能是律师还是医生啊什么的，然后他们也希望他们的孩子也可以做跟他们一样的那个职业，对不对？但是，我的感觉是，有的孩子他们其实不要，他们可能要做别的事情，但是因为他们的父母的那个目标是做跟他们一样的工作，所以他们觉得压力很大。但是我觉得这个不对呀，每一个人都不一样啊。所以而且呢，没有一个怎么说，没有别人可以做，其实你个人的决定，你要自己去用你的心，然后好好想，好好考虑你在将来要做什么工作。我觉得，
你的意思就是说，丹麦也有许多家长帮孩子选择未来，是不是这个意思啊？就是比如他做律师，可能不是他自己愿意做律师，是家长希望他这么去发展。
对，有的孩子是吧？有的孩子是这样，当然不是所有的孩子是这样，有的父母比如说我的爸妈，他们总是都不怎么说，不可以说催我，不是，他们只是在我的身边鼓励我，然后说，不管你决定做什么，我们只有一个要求，这个是你每次做这个事情，你会做你最好，你会尽力去做，你会努力的去做，不要浪费你的时间。我们无所谓你做什么，就是让你开心，然后你每天都试试怎么做，用你的可以说全力吗？去做这个事情。
你听说你去年有个孩子了是吧？
是的，
去年是不是一个女儿好像是
女
女儿
儿，她现
还是儿子？
在是11月。
11个月。那你作为父亲，对她有没有什么期待呢？你
我觉得没有什么期待，当然我就希望他决定做的事情让他很幸福，跟我一样啊，可能是读书，可能是画画，可能是踢足球，可能是打网球，可能是羽毛球。如果是羽毛球的话，那我有比较多的精力可以给他，可能，但是。其实对我们来说，最重要的是他开心。我们无所谓他决定做什么，最重要的是他开心，然后他努力的去做。
太好了，你这个说的，就现在你刚才说到丹麦的有些家长帮孩子选择，要孩子去将来朝什么地方发展，这种家长，你的这个判断在丹麦占多数还是少数？
这个真的很难说。我觉得有的孩子他们的压力很大，然后有的孩子压力不太大，这个真的是一个平衡。我觉得，因为如果有的父母如果他们不管孩子，然后说啊，你想做什么你就做什么，但是如果这个孩子他做的事情不是怎么说，不是很好的事情，还是他们不认真的去做。那我们当然不要我们的孩子是怎么说无聊，不是无聊，去偷懒，可以说吗？
对对，
我们不要，我们不要我们的孩子变成偷懒的人。我们当然要给他们动力。我觉得父母的责任是帮助孩子发现他们在什么方面有天赋，然后有那个幸福的感觉。不要告诉他们，但是要给他们动力，给他介绍一下很多事情什么的，这个是我的看法。
说的太好了。我理解父母对孩子的意义作用至少有2点，一点就是你刚才说的，发现他的智力所在、优势所在、他的特长所在，然后呢给他提供很多机会去选择，你就试试这个，试试那个，是吧？
对。
第二呢，
你解释的太好了。
对的，父母的意义不在于帮孩子决定未来，而是帮助孩子发现他自己。
这个是太好的话，真的。
对。第二呢，父母还有一个作用，示范。比如你刚才说，不要让孩子成为一个偷懒的人，父母首先做一个勤奋的人，
是的，
上进的人，对啊，那对孩子就是最好的家庭教育。所以我们现在呢，至少我观察的中国家长，很多中国家长都是帮孩子选择，比如说现在一到周末，现在好一些了，强迫孩子去学琴、学球、学画画、学书法、学舞蹈，几乎都不是孩子自己的选择，家长帮他选的，孩子就很累，他是为家人在学，他就没有动力，而且究竟孩子真正他擅长什么，他不一定知道。是吧？
对，
像你，我觉得你安塞龙就是你父母最好的一个作品。为什么呢？你父母就帮你创造了这么一个机会，让你发现了自己的特长，发现你的这个优势，让你成了一个世界冠军。那反过来讲，我刚才也偷偷在想，我说你从内心来讲，你会不会也希望女儿像我一样成为冠军打羽毛球，或者你刚才说了你不会，你会尊重她。但是如果他自己愿意从事体育运动，你可以给他更多的帮助，是吧？
对，我总是会在他的身边支持他，不要他要做什么，我们就会鼓励他。
你现在还记不记得你读小学、读中学的一些老师啊？对他们还有没有印象？有印象的。
对，但是。因为我觉得真的在学校的时候，我觉得我的当时老师在学校，他很快发现我比较喜欢羽毛球，
他很支持你是吧？
是的，
支持你啊。这个我为什么突然问到这个问题呢？就是说你能不能够给我们这个论坛的一些观众介绍一下你的老师或者丹麦的中小学老师，他们的风格，他们和学生相处，他们的教学是怎样一种情况？
我觉得，我的老师们，他们当时，我觉得他们在那个方面，这个呢，看那个每一个孩子都不一样，这个他们做的比较好，我觉得。但是呢，
我打断一下，你说他们做的好的就是能够看到每一个孩子的不一样，是吧？
对，是的，是的，是这样。
非常好，非常好，继续。
对，是这样。然后，但是当然他们没有时间，比如说，把这个课，适合怎么说每一个孩子，对不对？但是我觉得最重要的是他们发现，然后怎么说 acknowledge 这个我不知道中文的字是什么，但是他们知道安塞龙他不是在这个画画的时候。这个不是
他的特长，对，
所以这个是非常重要的，我觉得。
对，如果那你觉得这个就是这些老师，你其实你的羽毛球运动水平主要是在俱乐部或者你的教练提高的，但是这些学校的教育老师们对你的羽毛球运动你觉得有哪些帮助呢？
我觉得真的有帮助，因为如果在学校压力太大，然后每次比如说可能他们知道我非常喜欢羽毛球，对不对？但是如果他们当时说你要把你所有的注意力放在你的学习和学校上，那可能会影响我的羽毛球，还是可能我有点怎么说害怕，然后不要去打球啊什么的。但是不是这样，他们支持了我。然后他们有的时候，比如说，如果我在俱乐部有一个小的比赛，那我的课和我的老师如果有机会，他们去看我的比赛，所以这个也是非常好的一个事情。
如果他们当时不要你去训练，他们就毁掉了一位未来的世界冠军。
对，
那非常好。那个就是，但是你想过没想过，如果你不打羽毛球，你没有发现自己羽毛球的特长？你觉得你还适合做什么？
我真的不知道啊，我非常喜欢羽毛球，因为是一个个人的体育，我非常喜欢一个人在场上，处理问题，所以，我希望我在未来可以，我真的不知道，因为我非常喜欢运动，我必须用我的身体啊，但是我也非常喜欢跟别人，交流啊什么的，而且呢，我希望我们在未来我自己的公司能做得比较好。但是现在我的羽毛球当然是最重要的，对不对？
你来过中国几次啊？来过中国几次？
很多次
了啊！
对，20多次。
20多次。你根据，当然你可能比起对丹麦教育的了解，可能对中国教育了解稍微少一些。但是你对中国教育，你跟你的感受，通过你有哪些了解呢？对中国的教育，有没有了解啊？假如说一位丹麦的朋友要问你说，安塞龙，你对中国那么了解，能不能给我介绍一下中国教育的特点？你怎么给他们说？
我觉得你说了很重要的话，我觉得比如说这个关于这个压力的事情啊什么的，然后比如说如果运动员他们从很小的时候就搬到这个俱乐部这个训练的地方，对不对？所以压力可能比较大，而且呢，但是我觉得有意思的事情是，如果你看中国和你看你有中国有那么多非常厉害的运动员，所以不可以说这个教育这个事情是不对的，这个可以。当然，你们非常中国有那么多非常在每一个专业，在每一个方面有那么多非常厉害的人，但是不可以说教育对不对，只可以，我觉得对我来讲，最重要的是没有一个方式适合每一个人，
对，
所以这个虽然压力很大。但是我觉得是一个平衡，有的时候你必须有压力，有的人他们可以接受，但是有的人不可以接受，对不对？所以，
我这个问题问得不好，让你很为难。为啥呢？一方面，你对中国教育 本身没有太多的了解。
我明白你的意思的。如果我要给别人解释一下那个中国的那个教育怎么样，我觉得我先要带他们去中国，然后我们去一个学校看一下什么的。因为我觉得用丹麦语给他们解释一下，我觉得他们不懂。
对，
中国的文化完全不一样。所以你要先去看一下，我觉得，然后慢慢了解那个中国的文化，然后怎么说历史啊什么的，然后去明白这个事情。
你说的非常好。我刚才说让你为难的意思是一个你的中国教育毕竟不是特别熟悉。第二呢，咱们这个对话你又不能够说中国教育的反正你不知道中国有哪些问题，你不好说中国教育不好。但是我觉得你有一点说的非常好，不同的国家、不同的民族、不同的国情，它什么教育最适合这个国家？比如说丹麦，我们觉得很自由、很开放，和它的文化传统是有关系的，还不能完全照搬到中国来，是吧？这个但是呢，互相借鉴是可以的，借鉴啊，我觉得哪些好的我们可以学，哪些适用的我们可以拿来用。啊，这个，那你学中文已经多少年了呀？
差不多6年多了吧？6年多了
哦，6年多了。你最喜欢从中国文化来讲，你最喜欢中国的什么东西？文化上，或者说你什么都可以说，最喜欢中国的什么？
我觉得是真的对中国的发展和对中国的怎么说 how to say work ethic， 你们工作的和你们的怎么说，你们的心理的那个中国的怎么说，我怎么解释最好？我觉得如果你看中国的历史的话，那你们那么快变成了非常大的，不管在商业运动啊什么的，非常厉害的一个国家。这个真的我很尊重。而且呢，我觉得中国的历史非常有意思。然后一个很重要的事情我要说的是，丹麦可以从中国的教育学习很多事情，但是中国也可以从丹麦的教育学习很多事情。我们必须互相帮助，我觉得这个是最重要的，因为每一个国家有他们的缺点，也有他们的优点。
对的，对的。你觉得你刚才说到中国的教育，有的是值得丹麦学的，你现在能说哪些中国的教育，哪些可以值得丹麦学的吗？
对，我觉得有的时候丹麦的那个特别是学生，我觉得因为压力不太大，而且呢，我们有很多机会，比如说上大学啊什么的。因为当然，如果你要变成律师、医生啊什么的，你必须学习非常棒，对不对？但是如果你不要有的时候，如果压力不大的话，如果真的没有压力，那有的孩子他们可能会变成比较偷懒，对不对？因为没关系，虽然我学的不太好，但是会有别的机会，对不对？但是在中国不可以，你必须去好好学习啊什么的。这个我觉得是一个好的事情，虽然是一个平衡，不要孩子有太多的压力，要不然会对孩子来说不好，对不对？但是有一点点，我觉得这个很重要。
我懂你的意思，就是中国孩子的勤奋，可能恰恰就是丹麦有些孩子的缺陷，是吧？这个中国孩子的勤奋，就是这一个事物的2个方面，稍微同样一个特点，它朝另外一个方面延长就是个缺点，另外一方面延长是优点。比如说过度的压力大了，它会妨碍人的成长。但是如果一点压力都没有，不勤奋，他也失去进取心，啊，
是的。
那丹麦孩子也是一样的，我们觉得很自由、很轻松，这是一个很好的状态。但如果完全没有压力，不求上进，他也不啊，你这个意思？我觉得
这我的意思，不好意思，有的时候我的中文的水平不够，所以
很好很好。
你可以给我解释是，你可以解释这个是你用的词太好了。
非常好，非常好，但是不管勤奋也好，这个自由也好，一切要源于内心自己的选择。
是的，
比如说这个勤奋不是来自家长逼着我去做什么，而是我自己愿意，就像打羽毛球一样。对呀，你打羽毛球你很勤奋的，在我们看来是勤奋，在你看来不是勤奋，是玩儿，我喜欢嘛，对不对？
你看，虽然现在羽毛球也是我的工作，你可以说，但是我每天都期待去训练，每天都很开心啊，因为羽毛球也是我的爱好，是我的从小就是我的梦想，我的梦想实现。然后工作不是工作的感觉，这个是快乐的感觉。
你刚才说的又使我想到我说我的一句话，就是我搞教育搞了快40年了，很多人都觉得我把教育坚持到今天很不容易，觉得我好像是把教育当事业。我说不是，我是把教育当爱好，爱好就没有累不累的说法，对不对？我经常跟他们说，你一旦喜欢一个东西，不存在累，你就喜欢吗？我现在退了休了，每天还到单位来上班，很多人说你不退了休了吗？我说爱好就没有退休的说法。我们中国人，我不知道丹麦怎么样的，中国男的60岁退休，女的55岁退休。我就跟他们说，比如说你爱好钓鱼，一个男的他不可能过了60就不钓鱼了，为啥？我退休了呀，怎么会退休呢？对不对？像你一样，你以后可能会退役，我们这叫退役。比如说我告别比赛了，但是羽毛球本身你可能是你终身的爱好，是吧？
是的，
这就是我说的，我们有内在的驱动力。因为我从这个职业当中，从无论教育还是运动员，从这个职业本质当中获得了乐趣，这个乐趣和爱好是一样的。所以我说，无论学习还是工作，最高境界是把它当作爱好。
是的，
是吧？
说的太好了，
这是最好的。
我真不好意思，但是我的下午的训练马上就我马
好，
上就要看，
我讲的差不多了，我刚才已经在总结了。你这样吧，你想对这个我们这个教育者，就是包括这个我们很多人要看我们这个对话，你说几句话吧，给他们说几句，或者提点希望或者期盼。
我先要说，非常感谢那个有机会跟我谈这个事情，因为你的工作是非常重要的，而且我非常尊重你的工作，所以非常感谢您。然后
好，谢谢。
所有人看看这，我希望他们从我们的对话可以学习一些东西。当然我只是一个羽毛球的运动员，但是我还是希望给大家解释一下我的教育，也可以让他们想和考虑啊。这个是我最大的目标。
好的，我就跟你说一句话就是了，希望你下次到中国来，到成都来，一定要事先跟我联系，咱们有微信了，我兑现我的承诺，请你吃火锅，你能不能吃辣椒啊？是不是辣椒？
可以，肯定可以。
可以的啊。那成都火锅你鉴赏一下啊，这个尝试一下。好的，好，谢谢你啊，好，
非常感谢，
再见啊，好，再见啊。
Now we'll have the two
我首先想问
experts
大家一个问题。刚才两位老师都分享了很多非常动人的来自一线的教
Well,
学
I have
场
a
景和
question for
故
you
事。
now.
那么
Heard
你
a
们
lot of
觉得
great
中国和丹
scenarios
麦的
of
小学
teaching and
有
also
什么
beautiful
最大的
stories.
不同，又有
What
哪
do
些
you
相
think the
同呢？
biggest
你们会
difference
给对方一
is
些
when it
什么
comes
样
to
的建
primary
议呢？
education between China and Denmark? What
我们
tips can you
请
give us?
郭老
Now
师
let's
先来
first
说一
give
说吧。
floor to Ms. Guo. Thank you, Ms. Shi Lan. I don't know much about Danish primary schools, which is a pity. I hope in the future I have an opportunity. I've seen kindergartens in Denmark before. After hearing the presentation by Rasmus, I would say that I'm really envious of their freedom and the students are under much less pressure. I know that primary school does not have exams, so students and teachers can actually be more free, and we can respect and follow the nature of the children. and there is a higher degree of acceptance and tolerance of what the children are. I think that really helps with the well-being, the sense of happiness, and the sense of security of students. And that's the first message. Students are less pressured and more free. I don't know what primary schools are like, but in the kindergartens, well, the very few ones that I've visited, I see that the students are always playing outside in the outdoor. They're having a lot of hands-on activities. They are more hands-on and thus having more hands-on experience compared to China. I think we have a lot to learn from our Danish counterparts. I'll stop here. I have to say I don't know much about primary schools in Denmark. I hope that's okay, Lan. Thank you.
So it's your turn. So what would be your opinion about the difference and similarities between two schools, and what suggestions you'd like to give to Misko and Chinese primary school teachers?
Well, I don't know much either about the Chinese school system, but I agree with the fact that in Denmark, we are very focused on the individual child, the well-being of that child. And it is more important than how they score in tests. We have some tests during their first year of school, but they are mainly done to detect if a child have difficulties reading or understanding numbers, and they are not so much done to score and rate the child. So really tests and grades are something that we do well, the earliest in 8th grade, 9th grade. That is when we start testing the children. And even when we test them, then we tell them that this test is just to understand you better and to give you a more individual learning. So if you score low, then I know that this is a subject where I should help you more. And if you score high, I know here that things are going as they should. I agree with my Chinese colleague that trust between the children and the teacher and the parents is very, very important. That we all trust that it is a common job for us to help this child develop their own personality, their own meaning, their own will. That is what is important for us in Denmark. And yeah, we are outside a lot, that is true. But I am also sure that a lot of children would want to get more outside, would say that we are not outside enough. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. 两位老师都提到了一个很重要的词，信任。
Both
就是在
teachers
学校、家
mentioned
长、
the
老
word
师、学
trust.
生之间建立信任，其实都
The
非常的
trust
重要，因为
between parents,
不同的
teachers,
国
and
家可能有
students,
不同的
which
国
is
情，然
definitely
后
essential.
我
Every
们
country
竞
is
争状
different.
态和孩子的学习情况也是不太一样。但是呢，如果
Competitions,
家长、学生、
exams
老师之间有
also
信任的
are
话，可能也会给老师
very
更多的
different.
空间和
But the
信心
trust
去展开
can
自己
give
的
teachers
教
more
学计
space
划。
and
我第二个问
confidence
题呢，想
to
问问两位老师，我们
teach.
也都很好奇，就是身为一名老师，你们觉得
I have
焦虑
another
吗？
question,
幸
which
福
is
吗？
as
你们典
teachers, do
型的
you
一
feel
天是
anxious?
什么样
Do you
的？
feel
中
happy?
国和丹
What
麦
is
的小
your
学老师分
days
别
like?
典型的一
What's
天都是
your
什么样
typical
的呢？我
day
们也
like?
来听一听。
In
我们
China
这次
and
请
Denmark. So I
Rasmus
want
您
to hear
先讲
both
一
of
下
you.
好
Let's
吗？
have Rasmus go first. What's your day like?
Thank you very much. Well, I typically start around 7:30 in the morning. I come and I look through my mail to see if any parents have written about students being sick or anything happened at home or anything, and to greet my colleagues, to ask them how are they doing, and then we start classes at 8 o'clock, and we have classes from 8 o'clock until 3 o'clock. Some days I have classes non-stop from 8 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and some days I only have a few lessons. So during a week, I have 28 50-minute lessons. And then for the rest of the time, I have time to prepare, to speak with my colleagues, to contact parents, and things like that. Yeah.
好，谢谢。郭老师您呢？郭老师，
我听不
How
见。
about you, 郭？
郭老师，
hear you.
我们接下来一个问题呢，就想问问您，作为一名小学老
Well,
师
I want to ask you a question.
您的幸福感怎么样？您会
As
觉
a
得焦
primary
虑吗？您的
school
典型的一
teacher,
天是什
how
么样
happy
的？
are you? Do you feel anxious? Can you tell us about your day? Yes. I've been working this job for more than 35 years, and more I feel happier being a teacher. So when I was young, I had a little bit anxiety or the feeling of upset or feeling that the job's too tiring. And as you know, that the pressure and also the low salary, the misunderstanding from parents, or the pressure to get high scores from all students. And now I'm much happier because in my daily life, interacting with students, so their innocence and their pure emotions are nurturing me. They tell you everything, they give everything to you. When they hug you with love, the happiness just nonstop. So as a teacher, as long as you want to invest, you will find this happiness. And for us, this is the first day of school in Nanjing because of COVID. And when I step into the classroom, all my students rush to me and hug me, saying that they miss me. And there was a first grader, a boy, and he told his mom that when he grows up, he wants to marry me. And you can see I'm not pretty at all, and I'm definitely not beautiful in any way, but he wants to marry me when he grows up. Of course, in his mind, being married to someone, of course, is quite innocent because his parents told him that the reason why they get married is because they like each other, they want to spend time with each other. So he wants to spend time with me, and we had fun talking to each other. So when I hear words like this from children, and this really makes me happy. So at my age, anxiety no longer exists. So because I see things now, I've sorted out everything, and I know that the child's life is very long. A score or the performance of a single day in his school doesn't determine the rest of his life. So right now we start class at 8:20 and we will arrive at 8. In the past, much earlier, 7:30, and then I have to arrive before 7:30 each day. And of course, I need to prepare for class. And in China, academic pressure is much higher compared to Denmark. So we have a lot to prepare. And then after class, I'm a math teacher, so a majority of my time is spent on correcting homework because we have a big class. In the past, we have 50 to 60 students in a class, and they all have very different level of understanding of math. And when they grow up to older age, the difference will be even larger. So I spend so much time just correcting homework. And sometimes we also need to work on their breaks and also monitor the exercise and also solving their conflicts. Sometimes they fight. And so it seems that I feel like I didn't do much a day and time just fly by. And I was so busy that I didn't even have time to go to the restroom. So every day I was busy at something.
but I feel I'm being nurtured. I'm being nourished by those children, by their pure emotions.
谢谢郭老师，我们从您的
Thank you
笑容中
for
可以看到
from
这
your
个幸福的
smile,
光芒
we
哈，
can
这个确
see
实
that
是
how
一
happy
种
you
滋
are.
养。也非常感
So
谢
you
我
do
们来
get
自中
nutrition
国和
from
丹
the
麦，虽然
students
你
you
们的
teach.
教龄不同，身处
And
的国家不
although
同，然后面
our
对的
speakers from
可能
Denmark
教
and
学环
China
境
come
也
from
不同，
different
但是我
backgrounds, facing
能够
different
深切的
students,
感受到在你们身
having
上
different
面对
experience,
孩
but
子们那种
when
纯真的、真
facing
挚的
your
教师的感
students,
情，
your
我想这个也
sincerity
是
as a
你们
teacher
选择从事
is
教
quite
师这个行业非常重
apparent.
要的一个
I
原
think
因。
that's also
那
why
有幸福
you
的
all
老师一
chose
定
to
也
be
会
a
有幸
teacher.
福的
A
孩子。
happy
我们
teacher
再次谢
will
谢
develop
Rasmus 和
happy
郭老师。
students. So
好，
once again, I would like to
那
thank
我们
both of
接
you
下来呢，就
for
进
your
入论坛
presentation.
的第
And
二个
next,
环节。我
we'll
们
start
同
the
样也
second
是
part
从
of
中国和
forum.
丹麦分别邀请了一位
And
校
in this
长，
section,
然后我
we
们听
have
一听两位校长
two
他们怎么
primary
看
school
中国和
principals
丹麦的教
from
育，以
Denmark
及
and
从
China
他们的视
respectively.
角对于幸福感学习的内驱力
And
会有一
they
些
will
什
talk
么
about
案例和故事
happiness,
可以分享呢？我们
internal
首先
drive,
呢
and they will
邀
also
请
share
来
some
自
examples.
丹麦的
And first of all,
这个学校是埃斯
we
比格
have
斯国际
a
青年中学。
principal
我们
from
的校长
Denmark,
是马兹博尔森先生。我们有请马兹校
Mr.
长来
Mars
分享一
Borsen.
下他对幸福感学习内驱力的一些想法。有请
And
马兹
he's
校
going
长
to。share with us what he thinks about happiness and self-drive. Let's welcome him.
Hello, thank you very much for letting me join this conference. My name is Mads Poulsen, and I'm from Eisbjerghus International Efterskole, that is in Denmark. Efterskole is a very Danish concept, so I will spend the first couple of minutes just explaining why we have this concept of Efterskole in Denmark. Efterskole is a concept where you stay at school. You will think that it's kind of a boarding school, but it's not the same as a boarding school. This is a school where students choose to come on their own. They can spend the 9th or the 10th grade year in an efterskole. In an efterskole, you will take part in the classes, and they will typically from 8 o'clock, till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And afterwards, they stay at school, they live at school, and the same classrooms that they have been teaching in, they use as their home. So they will be part of a community that are there for 24/7. It's a one-year stay. And all of the teachers who have been teaching them during the classes in English, math, Cambridge math, or so on, they will also be part in the evening activities. So you see, you will meet the students both in an academic sense in the classrooms, and you will always also have the chance to talk with the students in a more informal way in the evenings where you plan some evening activities. We are quite proud of our efterskole concept in Denmark. It's right now in Denmark, it's very big. So we have 250 schools in Denmark, and that's a huge number in a small country like Denmark. This year, actually, around 32,000 students are participating in a year in an efterskole. And that is, in percentage, it's around 30 to 40% of every young student in the 9th or 10th grade, they go to an efterskole. 10th graders are not, it's not a mandatory year, so it's an extra year that the students choose to have in a school like an efterskole. The typical reasons would be that they would like to mature, they would like to evolve in the. They also have some personal things that they would like to be better in before going to high school or university.
And
两
first,
位校
I
长
would
介绍一下
like
你
the
们自
two
己是如何
principals
进入教
to
育生涯的，
tell
以
us
及你
how
们怎么
you
解释
both
或者
got
是理解
into
校长的这个身
education
份在
and how do
一
you
个学生的成
interpret
长过
or
程中会扮演一个什么
understand
样的
your
角色？
role as a principal in the life of a student? Thank you.
我们哪位校长先开始都可以。
So which one would you like to start first? Well, I can start first. I started to teach at the age of 19, so very early back then on China still had teaching colleges. After we graduated from middle school, we could study 3 years in these colleges and then pass a selective exam to be qualified as teachers. So I started with 12 years of teaching in a public school. I found that there could be more ways of learning. There was opportunity once. I took it and I went to England and furthered my study as an educator. I was introduced to Waldorf, found it very interesting. I was really impressed on my thinking and understanding of the assessment of teaching, and understanding a lot of teaching methodologies were disrupted. It helped me see things clearly. I even wrote a book afterwards, which is called Relearning Being a Teacher. I returned to China, and in 2004, several teachers and I decided to build a school. On the one hand, we wanted to really implement what we learned. We replicated the valuable experiences we gathered. And second, we also installed our own belief system. I worked as a headmasters. I taught a lot every week. In the past 5 years, I mostly taught on history, geography, but also mostly working on the managerial position in the Waldorf school. It's very free. Liberty is the core. We don't have such a thing as a real principle. In actuality, we are the founders. I assume a position as the principal just because I'm a co-founder. We discuss everything at assembly and a congress. Everything is decided collectively, but I have to say everything is echoing and compliant with national policies. The grader on grade 5 and 4 still have academic assessment, for example, exams and quizzes, but the teachers as well as the parents are not that demanding on academic scores. That's just the value shared within my school community. Actually, I was also the first teacher in China on Waldorf education. I studied in the UK for 2 years. I went to a lot of European countries, not Denmark, but Switzerland, Germany, and America to see how Waldorf schools are like in these countries. Later, I learned. I always like this one quote which says, "Education is growth. Growth of teachers and of course students is growing together as community." I think education is about the expanding this on community. There are parents who decided to come all the way from other provinces and send their students here, and they would rent apartments around the campus. I thank them for their support and trust. As a teacher, I also would like to share with them my teaching experience and my humble thinking. My school, when it comes to management, we have a kindergarten and also training. We have other experimental projects. There is a team that is coordinating different portions of the school management. Everything is done with high level of democracy, but of course within the legal framework of the country. These teachers are very dedicated. Uh, Teachers feel this is my school, not Mr. Lee's school. For us, it's also a challenge. We need to make sure there's cohesion, there is responsibility. We're constantly adjusting as well. more specifically, we want to have a community that truly and infuses innovation-based education into the whole ecosystem. The school has, the philosophy has been there for 102 years, but how can it be combined with Chinese education? Whether or not the school is called a Waldorf is not important. It's whole person education. And we need to combine that with Chinese culture and to really respect the community, the collectivism, and the individuals or the individualism. I've seen, things in other countries that are not that great. And the same here. Balance is the key word here. That is why we would like to make attempts and experiment, and that is all. Lan, thank you. Back to you.
好，谢谢李校长。我们也
Thank
听
you,
听 Paulson 校长
Mr.
是怎么
Lee.
看
What
待这
about
个问题的。
Principal Paulson? Would like to see how you would like to address my question. Thank you.
Your question was how I got into teaching, so I will try to answer that. My background is that I started teaching at the age of 23. In Denmark, you have to have a high school diploma, and then afterwards you have to go to a teacher school. And I did that for 4 years. And during that 4 years, I visited actually this school. And there I thought the idea of working with the more whole of a student was very inspiring. And that's why I had my first year of teaching here. Then I went to the public school because I think it's very, very important to know more about how we teach in Denmark. And I worked in the public school for 4 years. Then I started working with school leadership. I think I always knew that I had the idea of giving something to our staff that made them do a good job in the classroom. So that's why I choose to be a school leader. And I have been working in public school as a principal for 5 years. And now here in this Efterskole, I've been here for 5 years also. And I think the reason why many people in Denmark choose to be teachers, and that's also why I chose to be a teacher, is that I think it's so important that we give the student growth potential. So we work with the students every day. I come with the best of my personal skills and academics, and I try to teach the students skills that they can go on with in their life. For me, it's also important that I still have teaching, even though our school is at a size, and also the public schools where I was the headmaster has a size where I was not supposed to teach. For me, it's very important to meet the students also in a classroom. So I'm also a German teacher and a math teacher. Right now, I only teach German. But it's very important for me to that the students also see me not only as the manager of the school, but also as a person, as an individual that can teach them things, skills that they can use in their ongoing education for life. So that's my background for being a teacher. None of my parents have ever been a teacher. They have no kind of degree. I'm the first one in the family to have a university degree. So that's my background.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. My next question would be, what's the most difficult challenge you have faced as a principal? 所以对李校长来说也是同样一个问题，在做校长的过程中间，您觉得最大的挑战是什么？能用一个故事来跟我们分享一下吗？
What's your biggest challenge being a teacher and being a principal? And can you tell us a story about it? Sure, I would like to share with you a story. Well, I think the biggest challenge is the process of growing. And I didn't have enough experience. Of course, we're all teachers, and now we have more than 100 teachers, and then we have 50 to 60 teachers for the primary school part. But what about the management? How to manage a school? And also, we don't have an investor. So the difficulty is how to achieve a balance. between different requirements. Of course, the requirements from the governments are mandatory that we have to obey. And in terms of education, curriculum, economy, and also the code of conduct. And first of all, how to integrate the curriculum. Some teachers think that they understand their classes. They want to merge. They would choose stories such as The Journey to the West into the classroom. Journey to the West is an important classical canon in China. Is that really suitable for children at such an age? So we have to discuss this. Some teacher will introduce yoga into their classroom. So my first reaction said, that's not good. Children are too young. So all in all, the individuality of teachers, including myself, and the curriculum design. And secondly, what is very difficult is that we don't have investors. So how can we make even? We don't want to become the most expensive school. We are in no way an expensive school. On the other hand, our parents are very supportive. But how to achieve a balance here? Find a path. So because of the space we need, how can we provide better space for children? And on the other hand, that we can sustain our school. It's not too expensive. So that's my answer.
And if I should try to give an answer also, I think the most difficult task that I have faced as a manager of a school or a principal is when we work with the children, when we work with the students, we also work with the emotion and the social things. So I think the very, very tough issue is to make sure that we don't take everything with us to home. For a teacher, it's so easy to take the responsibility with you when you go home. But it's so important when you go home to your family that you also have the time to be a parent, to be a guide for your own children and be there for your wife. So I think my balance as a headmaster is also giving our staff the opportunity to make a difference for our students, but also to make them go home to relax, to be together with their family, and to evolve personally also for them when they go home. So the task of managing all three issues, personal, social, and academics, in one challenge, that can be a huge challenge also for a headmaster. I think it's not easy always to be a headmaster or a principal. I think that my Chinese colleague will agree with me about that, because I go home also with the money issue to make sure that we have enough money to have the school next year, to make sure we have the children for the next year, to make sure that the staff is best prepared for the next year. So I think that's my biggest issue is the responsibility that we have, because we have the lives of students in our hands.
That's all. Yeah, that's always same. Yeah. 我问他一个问题哈，马上哈。So your schools.
I want to ask you a question.
Our school in Denmark, the private schools, is actually co-funded. So we have money from the parents and we have money from the state. By law in Denmark, you can make. We also have Steiner schools in Denmark. By law, we can make. Right. You can make a school if you like to make a school. You have to live up to certain standards, but the frame is actually quite wide. So I will have approximately I get 50 or 60% of my funding from the state, and the rest I get from the parents. So my school, I actually have a bit more money per student at my school than they would have if I was a public school, because the parents also pay here. So I have a bit more to give to the students because the parents also pay for the in a normal public school in Denmark, you wouldn't pay for going to high schools or university. You don't pay in Denmark. So this is it's a choice from the parents and the students to come here and pay some money.
Exactly. I don't know Steiner school in Denmark, but in Germany it's same. Yes, thank you. Yeah, we are just private, so every penny from us. Okay, thank you.
And actually, if I can reply on that, in Denmark we actually have a labor union for our kind of school, and they have actually worked hard to make sure that even children from low-income families have the chance to go to an efterskole. So the parents' payment is graduated from depending on how much the parents they earn. Yeah. So and I come from a family with not much money. So I had, and at my time, my parents didn't have the money to make me go to an efterskole. So for me, it's very important that students who want to come to our school, we will try to find the funding, because it's so important that every student who like to go to an efterskole get the chance to go to an efterskole.
No, that's very good. We have 8% of gross income for support the children who cannot afford that. Yes, yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. 哎，石兰。
Shiran,
Oh, we just talk or not?
are you there? Should we continue talking or what?
What's
I don't know what.
Do you use WeChat?
Yeah, we also use WeChat.
Okay, okay. Later we can make.
Yeah, let's.
好，石兰交给你。
我觉得两位校长的对话也非常的流畅和精彩啊！我这边就不插入主持人的问题了。我觉得校长您的英文也很好。其实，作为两位不同国家的校长之间的对话，大家也有很多很感兴趣的。我从校长的角度，李校长，我觉得您可能会有一些更好的问题。我想把后面的时间就直接交给你们吧。我这边就不提更多。
The floor to you. Yield the rest of time to you, and you can talk about whatever you want. How long are you talking about? 10 minutes? We have time until 5:30, so you can talk for a long time.
结束的早到5:20也可以。
Now, of course, you can end it early if you want. Say at 5:20. Well, is he okay with that?
好，对，我们有同传在给他翻译。
Yeah, don't worry. Our interpreter's working right now. He heard everything.
So you guys so famous in China, you know, they call Danish education. You are the model. But I think yes.
But it's so important for me that that's also why I told that in my presentation. We are not a model country. We also have a lot of flaws in Denmark. But I think that we the last couple of years, we've been very good in making the focus. If we want to succeed in academics, we know that we have to work with also the personal and social things, because students are not prepared for teaching if they are not in harmony with themselves.
Yes.
So yes, we have been traveling all around the world. I've been to South Korea 4 times presenting the school. We have a partner in Chengdu also. It's a Zhenxi high school. So I've visited Chengdu once and love to talk with my colleagues all around the world about what is special about your education system, what is special about my education system, and how can I learn from your system and how can you learn from my system? Because you can't copy, you can't make the rule of Steiner concept. It's not the same in China as in Germany or in Denmark. You have to make sure to use the culture you're part of.
Absolutely, I agreed on this. Absolutely, and I think when I heard carefully when you talked about your school, and I'm not sure the name of this kind of education. You said in Denmark is 140 or something.
250 efterskole.
Oh, after school.
Yeah.
Okay.
We tried to make an English word, but actually our union, they said you can't make a word explain it. So we just use the Danish word. So when I go to South Korea, they know what an efterskole is because they have learned the concept of it. It's not a boarding school, but students live here. But we are on a more informal basis with our students.
Yeah. Also, if just by your talking, your speech, I think one thing I'm curious about is you said 1 year, 2 years schooling in your school.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
We offer the 9th grade in the lower system. We offer the 9th grade students of age of 14 to 15 years, and the 10th grade for students 16 or 17 years old. But you have to go to school in Denmark until the 9th grade. After the 9th grade, you can choose to go to a high school to make an exam there for 3 years. But in Denmark, it's actually possible to take an extra year. It's called the 10th year. It's not mandatory. You will still get academics. You don't need it for your ongoing education. But a lot of students in Denmark choose to have this. In South Korea, they call it the gap year, but it's not a gap year.
England, yes, gap year.
Yeah, and also in England, but it's a year where you focus on your academics, but you also choose to focus on your personal evolution because you will like to be best prepared for the ongoing education. And we teach our students that in Denmark, because we are such a small country, we have to be always teaching ourselves the newest thing to know, because we are only 5.5 million people in Denmark. So if we have any chance of competing with China or Japan or South Korea, we have to compete on our brains and on our how to be innovative, how to find out new solutions on problems.
I see, and I think this attention, this awareness of this get new things, make you really like a driving force, make you grow up. I think it's so good. I think so good. And how do you think? Because we heard a lot. Of course, I got something from our word of all Steiner colleagues from Denmark, but I think also in China, people they want from you or some expert saying about the Denmark. Danish education, like you said, I heard you said, there is a stress also for children, not all happiness. I don't believe any education, no, because a human being with their short side, and But I think of course there's not to learn from you. So if you say estimate, or you say what kind of thing you think is really good to look at for Danish education.
I think the biggest issue right now in Denmark in our education system is the student stress. We don't put that many homework on their shoulders, but the stress of the students to perform the best, to make sure that they go on to have a good life, a good career, and earn some money, is actually a big issue for the students. We often talk of FOMO, the fear of missing out. Students are so afraid that life goes on without them. They would like, when they use their phones, they always see the pretty pictures. They don't see the backside of the pictures. They don't see the hard work. So the students, when we talk with the students, and that's why we also focus on the social and the personal skills, because students right now in Denmark have a lot of stress, not because of the academics, but because of the expectations of themselves to achieve the best possibilities, not from the parents, not from the society, but from themselves. And that's the big issue, because I know I have 4 kids myself. They can take what education they want. I don't care. The most important thing for me is that my children grow up happy, that they would like to have a job, and they would like to do the job for the next 40, 50 years. If it's emptying trash cans, that's okay with me. If it's being a lawyer, that's okay with me. But they will have to wake up every day with a smile on their face and thinking, I would like to go to work today. That's so important for me.
Yes, I think so. As a father,
Yeah.
always, really happy, really happiness. For the lungs, because now people get older and older. It's a length of life, and really with a goal, with kind of not to earn millions of money. But so in China too, I think some parents, they think, include me, but for children, maybe like you said, make me think maybe the time is past or something, because it's hard for them, because so many millionaires, billionaires, and how can I living in the little the flat, and I can do. What's the problem here? I think, like you said, for our understanding, we think that because Danish is a well-being is a very good country, and they call it like a really socialism, like a really like a country like that, and good welfare. But you see, like you said, the children still under the pressure, so you think is from the information is too much, from things going too easy, or what kind of things? Because I also think of this, because like in China, there's a electricity media, electronic media. Those things is really distraction, lots of distraction, and also you easily see the beautiful the cyber people, and what do you think makes them really stressful?
I think that one of the big issues is that they have so many choices to make. The world is open. It's such a huge world, and they see so many things. My children, the oldest one I have is 21. He has already experienced more than I have in my life at the age of 47. So they have so many possibilities that they have to navigate through. I can go this way, but I can also go this way or this way. And I saw a picture on the social media. This is also possible. So I think a lot of the stress is also with the information that they get.
That's
and
right.
The choices that they can make. We can't ban the social media. We can't remove anything from their life, but we try to teach the students to be pilots in their own life. Yes, it's a huge world. You have a lot of opportunities, but you make the choice where to go. You choose what is important for you. I think it's the same for you in China, that you have to teach your students. You can live here, you can live there, you can do this and do that, but you have to choose what you would like to do, not your parents. Even though they try to have influence you, you have to make the choice. I think that's one of the knowledge that we try to give our students.
Yes, you stimulate me, I think. But you see, because you personally, you have to take the selfness, or not yourself, and responsibility. And for the huge world, because you can go to the Mars, even, I mean, the moon, or even the space. And of course, but the world is so open. But for the soul, for the little soul itself, she really find a way, because it's huge mess, the different sexuality, any richness or the poverty, or so how can they find their way through this bush? Yeah, that's another question. Oh, for me, I think.
Can I give you can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What do you think is the biggest issue right now in the Chinese education system where you are right now?
I think it's for the school, because of the test, this examination heavily system, which our government, I think, is truly everyone aware of that. It's not the life not measured by schools, you see, but so there's different policies and lose this heavy situation, but because the competitive very system and for school, so everyone jump into that. So very heavy, and because yes, I think like everywhere, children and families, they want decent life. They want a decent life, good life. So they push this. They thought you got good school, you can go to the Harvard or somewhere or a Peking university, and then you guaranteed your life. In fact, it's not. But everyone do like that. Yeah, do like that, and ignore their basic, their essence of our children. Not everyone go to Harvard. I don't think, don't lead everyone go to Harvard, like that. But I think this is very sharp, very sharp, very intention now. So government force you don't go after school for academic study, because and also I think another thing is make money. The education educators make a big company. They really push this kind of anxiety. You have to get 100%, but you see, even everyone get 100%, still someone lead be out, because they not everyone for every good university. So like I think there's a big hot issue, and you challenge include us, include our innovation school, because parents one side they say, oh no, good, the life happiness, you see my children in the tree, under the tree, like a plane is good. Another thing is, yeah, Mr. Lee, how they study, they learned some characters, how many they learned, and they want immediate effect. They meet the immediate things now happen. Now you learn these characters and mathematics. Yeah, so it's kind of a diagram, yeah. Like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for the answer.
Yeah, and another question?
Yeah, please feel free.
Okay. And so you said like children, they under the pressure, and because we know you got a very rich content for the education, and so like class 9. So they went to class 9, isn't it? Everywhere, 1 to 9. They have to finish this first, isn't it? Yes. Okay. Class 10, like kind of gap year. Then they go to the technical school or professional school, and government and the universities. How
they
is
go
that?
to. They take a 3. We have the first 10 years, because our first class is not logical, but the first class is called class 0. So it's 0, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. those 10 years are mandatory.
Oh,
then the 10th,
okay.
10th grade
Yes.
is the gap year, the extra year. Then you can go out and have a job, but most people in Denmark, they will take some kind of youth education for 3 years. It could be the more academic,
College.
but it could also be more technical or more handiwork. And after that, you can go to the university. 3 years, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then you can go to the university. If I would like to study for a teacher, I would have to study for 4 years upon the 3 years. If I would like to be a doctor, I have to study, I think it's 6 or 8 years. So depending on which education you would like to take, you will have education going from 10 years in the lower, then 3 years, and then perhaps 6 or 8 years afterwards. And then you're not finished, because then you have to have courses, you have to make extra education during your whole life. So that's why we prepare our students to make life-learn students out of them.
I see. So class 10 is everyone need to go, children. Class 10 as a gap year. No, not.
Yeah, it's a gap year. They don't need to go there. They can go from the 9th
go
grade
directly to the high school.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
So the Danish government has chosen to fund an extra year. There's been a lot of discussion of it's better to make students go the fast way, but statistics show that students who take the extra year, they actually finish their last degree quicker than students who try to choose the straight path, because they get more knowledge about themselves, and they will have a fewer gap years through the education system by taking a gap year at year 10.
I see. So who decides this? As a government or you, a parent?
The government gives the opportunity to have the gap year. They will fund the schools, so they give the opportunity. In the perhaps 10 or 15 years ago, 20 years ago, it will be mostly the parents who made the choice if this is the right thing or they're not the right thing. The last 5-10 years, it's the students who choose to take the gap year. If I have upcoming students visiting my school, I always ask them, is this your idea or the idea of your parents? And in 95% of the times, they will say it's the choice of the student, or it's a choice that the student and the parents made together. But often it's the students who say, I need a year extra to get more mature, to be more ready for the ongoing education.
I see. Yes, because now we have a kindergarten and grade school. And if I make, we call the middle school, class 7 to 9, and high school, class 10 to 12. I really like, because I think we had a plan, this kind of plan. Class 10 kind of gap year, because really it got mature a little bit, and I think really step into their after later life. I think that's very helpful. Yes. So as maybe a few minutes, as 4 children, as the father of 4 children, because I got one. She just graduated from Hawaii University, because we don't have, at that time, we don't have high school. So she went to Vancouver and California, like San Francisco to study. And after that, she went to London Arts. Then she felt not good. She made her choice to Honolulu. Yes, good place. And so, as a father of 4, what's your advice for? Could put this way, and what you really want to say to Chinese parents, and this for our forum. This forum is very influential. So you care for your words. No, just, yes, please. Yes.
My advice is to make sure that you have the participation of the students through the whole process. It's so important that the students feel ownership of their own life. I try to give that to my students. I try to give that to my own children, to make sure that they don't make the choices because I think it's the right thing, but they make the choices also because they think this is the right choice for themselves. So I think giving the autonomy, the authorization to our children to think about their future is very, very important.
That's I absolutely agree on this. Yes, because their life, not us. And
No.
I think in China now is a shifting time, crucial time, because from family life, social life, community life, and 100 years and going to the individual life, you know, they really challenging. But I think this is good. I think thank you for your advice, for your.
We did the same thing in Denmark. We had the same kind of transformation from when I went to school 30 years ago and until now. It's been a huge development in our school system, and we are not finished yet. But I think it's so important that I just had some students interviewing me about what my issue was about school uniforms. What do I think about students wearing school uniforms or not? So we try to empower our students to come have discussions with us as also as school leaders. So I told them, I can't give you an answer as a school leader, but I can give you an answer as me, as a person, what I think about it. If I should answer as a school leader, I would have to discuss with my board and also with my staff. But I can tell you what my opinion is about girls wearing little clothes or the thought about having school uniforms.
Yeah, I think this kind of interaction, communication, and I think really it's good. And like for my teaching, sometimes I mean class, of course, for the little ones, it's hard to give the topic and really discuss. Of course, we can, but not efficient. But for the older ones, yes, I think it's very good to do this. But in our school, we don't wear uniforms, not forced to do that. And different opinions about that. Yes, it's good. And I hope one day we can shake hands together. I hope we can really together. And would you mind I just take a photo?
You are more than welcome to take a picture.
Okay. And I mark it. And also I think, could you, when the host gave us each other the we chat together, and could you send me your colleague in Chengdu? I am interested of that. Yeah, thank you so much.
There's a great conversation between you. Okay, in the interest of time, we probably have to stop here. And if you have something want to add, and then we will probably use the last few minutes. But if not, we'll stop here for this session, if you don't mind.
If I can add just one thing, I'm so happy that you make this opportunity come through, that people across borders can come together and to have the discussion about education. Everyone learns things when we meet up and discuss education. So thank you very much for having me. Thank you for hosting this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Boyson 还有李泽武2位校长. I'd like to thank them for their great presentation. From their presentations, we can peek into the minds of headmasters on both sides, their interpretation, their goals for education. and important stories in their life. Oh, next. So great honor to have two students with us, one from Denmark, high school student, Christensen, and the other is from Shanghai, Zhang Lehuai.
来讲吗？你先来。
Lehuai, can you speak first? Hi, I'm Vincent, or you can call me Zhang Lehuai. I'm a Chinese high school student, and I'm here only in my own capacity. What I'm gonna say is does not represent all Chinese students. So in China, we face very tough examination entering to high school. So some students would choose to go into high school or into occupational school. And also the college entrance examinations would eliminate further students, about 20% students. This year, 2 million students were eliminated in this process. So, and this actually adds further burden to all students in China. And we face stricter curriculum, more content, and sometimes we will sacrifice our health and sleep time in order to get better grades. So in the third year of middle school and high school, students live a very miserable life, and parents will try their best to create the best conditions for their children. They will hire tutors and also sign up for more extracurriculum activities. So students have less and less free time to themselves. So this year, the government decides that for students under 18-year-old, students only allowed to play games between 8 to 9 and only 3 hours a week. This method tries to push students to actually spend more time outside games and homework.
I'll see whether we can have a conversation with Chili. With Chili. Oh, 我们现在
Okay, great. Maybe you can introduce yourself a little bit. 先给我们介绍一下你自己吧。
Yes, I'll be happy to. Well, my name is Chili. I am 17 years old and I come from Denmark. I live in the northwestern part of Jutland in a place called Thy. I moved out from home a month ago and now I live in a college with 14 others. I go to a school called HF Imagine, which is a Danish high school. It's a new course and a special line where we focus on sustainability, creativity, climate, and nature. And what we do is that we want to fight for a better world and the climate change that is happening right now. So we are all very much engaged in this issue. So all our subjects evolve around these four, things. Yeah.
Okay, great. Vincent, 刚才Chili介绍了一下他自己，那你对来自丹麦的中学生有没有好奇的地方？你有没有一些问题呀
After hearing the self-introduction, do you have any questions for Chili? Anything you're curious about when it comes to the education in Denmark? I think you are muted.
Okay. 你这边对于我们来自丹麦的高中
So
生
for
有没有什么问题？
Chile from Denmark, do you have any questions? It's Scandinavia up here. Are you curious about their life and learning how they plan for their future? I also want to know what kind of questions are raised by peers. So any questions for Chile? Hi, Chile. Apart from math and Danish, what else do you learn?
Chile, if you open, there is a channel called interpretation, and you can choose English. Then there will be interpretation there, and you can find out what Winston is talking now.
What did you say again?
There is a button on the lower right hand side on the Zoom screen called interpretation. And if you choose that button, you can choose English.
Yeah.
Then
I see.
The translation there.
I put it on now.
Okay,
can you hear me? I'll just ask the question again. So Chile, just checking you can hear me, right? I'm the interpreter. Okay, good. So the question is about apart from math and Danish, what else do you learn in a Danish high school? So anything special apart from traditional subjects? Thank you.
Well, in my high school, we have the traditional subjects like mathematics, English, Danish, natural science, and social studies. But when you go to high school, everyone chooses a course. Some go like the music way, other goes social studies, some focus on geography and chemics, and so it's kind of like you just choose for interest. I think that's also very important to many people. You can also go business way, and you can go choose if you want to do mechanics or mason, or so it's kind of like after what you choose. I have a more standard one that evolves around the whole climate crisis. So I think that's like we have normal subjects, but you kind of like choose what you want. Is that enough answer?
But don't you need to worry that you don't have enough like high score to go into college? Because in China, it's super competitive. Everything, we will not learn anything that is not being tested. We will not choose anything according to your interest, and the school will not provide extracurricular courses. So the courses we have is is all set. It's a fixed curriculum.
I myself do not worry that I can't come into a college. Here in Denmark, you can always read up on some subjects. So if I chose to study mathematics in high school and I want to do social studies in college, I can always read up on some subjects. So there's always an option, and you can get into college in two ways. One way, you have all the things needed and required, so you can just search directly. And the other way around, you kind of give an explanation for why you want to come into college, and you're like your motivation for it, and then they can like get you in if they feel like you're fit for it. But you can always get more subjects on if it's needed. I myself are in the short high school one, so I can go directly into some colleges, but I can come into most of them. So I don't think that's like what you worry about in Denmark, because like there is mostly always an option to change paths, I guess.
So your motivation comes from like there's a university that you want to go to, or how did you discover what you like in your life, discover your interests in life?
Yes, so I did not choose high school because there is something specific I want to go to in college. I chose because I could only see myself studying something for 2 years that really aligned with who I am and my interests. So if I were to have taken a normal high school, I don't think my motivation had been the same. For me, it's very important that I choose for what I want to do and what makes me happy, because that's very important. But that's a very new feeling I've gotten. Last year, I went to Efterskole, the one Mads Poulsen, who were talking before. He is the headmaster of. There, I learned that I am my number one priority throughout my whole life, and it's important that I am doing well and that I focus on what I want to do. And I really learned a lot that year. So for me, when I had to make this choice, it was where could I see myself like for 2 years, or else I think my motivation are not very high when I'm doing something when I feel like I'm wasting my life. So I feel like there's also a lot of other youths here in Denmark who choose from what they want to do, their personal interest.
Okay, Vincent and Chili. And the next question, I think our audience will be very curious. 我们下面一个问题，我们观众可能会很感兴趣的，跟我们今天这个大的主题相关。
Well, the next question is also regarding to our topic today, that is happiness and internal drive. I want to ask both of you, as a high school student, are you happy? In China, the learning pressure is so high. Same goes in Shanghai. Super competitive for high school students. Do you feel that the high pressure has a damage on your happiness? So where does your internal drive come from? The question also goes for Chile. We have a consensus that Danish students are very happy, have very little pressure. So do you feel any academic pressure, and where do your internal drive come from?
So I myself talk as a person who have struggled a lot with anxiety and stress, especially through 9th and 10th grade. I exchanged with a high school in China last year, where we kind of got an insight on what a school day looks like in China. And for me, it was so overwhelming because I don't think I would be able to do and have that much school in a day like you guys do. And I really have respect for how you carry on through it, because for me, with the system we have in Denmark, it can also be hard. We don't have as much homework as you do in China, and we don't have that much pressure, but our pressure come from another place. I think we are more focused on performance and the perfectionist culture. Everything has to be perfect. How you look, how you speak, how you do your things, and I think that's very common, and especially for many young girls, get caught up in like their worth is in their grades. So if you do not have the highest grade, they are not worth a lot. And I once put my worth into my grades, which totally ruined me. Yeah. So can you say the question again? I kind of got off track.
Vincent, about your answer.
我的压力的话，
Sure.
大多数还是源自于
I think most of my pressure comes from the pressure of going and applying for college, and it's quite a torture. If I fail to enter a college, it seems that so many years of efforts go down the drain. But my parents, during my last phase of application, keep telling me college is just the beginning of your life. If you can't enter a good college, you have other options. Of course, you will have less options, but there's still other way to go. So now, once I'm admitted by my chosen university, then I will have much less pressure. And you're right, we have our schedules very packed. And personally, I do not enjoy learning too much. If I have the freedom to choose, I would prefer listening to music. So when I do homework, I listen to pianos and instrumental soundtracks, and that really makes me happy. I think that happiness is rooted in one's confidence and also your perception of your parents of you. If your parents and your classmates see very lowly of you, and then you probably won't feel very happy. But if learning is not everything, even if you have low scores, people still support you, then I think I can still find happiness. And also, compared to some less fortunate people, I have the option to choose what I love to study. So this is already happy enough for me.
We really appreciate you participating in this conversation. Do you feel now it's okay that you start with your sharing and we can talk a little bit later? Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, I will start by introducing the course I'm in again. I attend a school called HF Imagine, a high school focusing on sustainability, creativity, climate, and nature. And all of us attending this school, are fighting for a better world. The world we live in today is very impacted from the whole climate crisis, and we have to live more sustainable to prevent global warming and to have a good future. And I chose this course because it was different from normal high school. We only go to school 3 days a week at the gymnasium, and then we go to then we have a school at our college, which is primarily outdoors. So we also get a lot of experience outside, and also can work creatively with our own desires. And also we don't have that much, we don't get grades the same way as the normal system. So we just take classes, and then it's your own responsibility to catch up and understand what you are being taught. So it's like when we're this new course and we're so many people fighting for the same thing, I feel like there's more motivation and inspiration and in the classroom, and we like kind of help each other doing well, because we can participate with our own parts. But I have never had it this great with school. And well-being has been a very important part of my education. When I was in 9th, 8th, and 10th grade, I was dealing with stress and anxiety and feeling a lot of pressure on me. And at home, I didn't thrive. It was not good. I lost my mom when I was 13, and have been dealing with a lot of stuff ever since. And some of the things that have helped me a lot has been my teachers. Teachers have played a big role for me, a big part of my life, and they have guided me and helped me through a lot of stuff. And when I couldn't participate in class because I was feeling very bad, they helped me through, and they saw what I needed and guided me. They were not to rule over me, but they were to guide me through it and help me. A good teacher for me is very kind and open and are interested in the students' best. They try to understand every student's need to succeed. Take one student and sit and take time to talk with them about how they're doing and how they can help them grow and understand stuff and be more confident. I don't only think a teacher in Denmark is teaching school related stuff, but also teaching us students how to be a good human and to be social with others. So a good teacher for me is very present and are interested in bringing all the students up and making them feel good, because you can't teach someone who aren't in the right mindset to be taught. Because when you're dealing with stress and anxiety and other stuff, all your energy and all your resources and all your space in your mind goes to something else. And therefore it can be very, very hard to focus on your school stuff. So for me, I think well-being should be a top priority at all costs. Of course, we must understand what we are being taught, but you can always read up on some stuff, or you have all your time in the world, so you don't have to bring yourself even more down because you're stressing over not learning enough, because it's never too late to learn, but it can be too late to feel well. And some might even get out there where they don't want to live anymore because the pressure is too high or their well-being is not that good. So always our mental well-being should be at number one priority. Yeah, and also to create a more sustainable education system, it's important that that well-being is a big part of where we put our focus. But a good teacher is also a person that shows the class that it's okay to fail. You don't have to be perfect. You will always make mistakes, and you will learn from your mistakes. And if you're afraid of failing, you won't do anything, because you won't be able to say anything, because what if you fail? So it's very important that the teacher shows that making mistakes and failing is all right, and that's a natural part of being a human. So that's a thing that the teacher must give on. And the teacher must support their students in whatever way they can. Maybe the student isn't doing well socially, or the whole class are just not good together. Then I think the teacher must do some social activities to strengthen the bond between the students, so that they can help each other through. And also in the education in Denmark, it's not as formal, and I really like that you are like being eye to eye with your teacher. you both have respect for each other. The student have respect for the teacher, and the teacher have respect for the student and the student's background and what they come with. So that's a big part of it. And there should also be room for laughs and good time in school, while there is being a serious education. If we don't have breaks, and if we don't have time to enjoy the education, I don't think we get very much out of it. And I also think there should be room to be, it's okay to be yourself, and we are not all great at math, we're not all great at English or at the same stuff. So I think if we teach the students that it's okay to be yourself, then they have it better with themselves and they can be more chill and calm in class. And also that will give the students the thought of that maybe I am not good in all subjects, but I'm good in some subjects, and that's what I'm gonna study further ahead. And that's what I can participate with in this world. I think it's very important that we educate students who can think independently and be themselves, because if we only educate people who can do all the same stuff, knows all the same stuff, then we don't have very much variety in the future people we are like creating with this education. So I think it's important that we embrace that being different and enjoying and what you do. It's an important part. Yeah, and also some of like the future challenges I think that our generation will meet, or the future youth, is a big pressure on performance and perfectionist, that you always have to have the best grade or highest grade or best results to get into university or other stuff, which might give an uneven picture of like the world, because you might be very, very bad at math and you want to go into college on a course that really that requested to have high math, but the course you want to take is nursing, and you're really, really good at taking care of people, but you don't not get math very, very well, then we have a potential very good nurse who wouldn't be to anything because of their lacking skills in math. So I think what I want to say is that we have to teach more the specific student and not like try to create the same person from one class. Like we can't all be the same, and if we all have to have the same results, I think it's more, we need to have more independent and personal studies. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah. Yes, and I don't think I have any more.
Okay, thank you very much, Chili. 谢谢 Chili。那后面的时间呢，我还是继续留给 Chili 和 Vincent。我想
I'll leave the rest of the time to Chili and Winston to see what kind of conversation that you would like to have and you will have. What are the issues that you focus on apart from your learning and life and your friends and you're going to college? What about things that are larger than that you discuss with your classmates? Some larger topics that you exchange with your classmates. Can you share with us?
像讨论的话，像中国的学生
Discussions, well, Chinese students probably don't care about environment as much. Our textbooks are fixed. They can be more people-centric, look at issues that occur around them. In China, we don't really have that freedom or opportunity. or even the capacity to have such discussions, because everything is already written. We can only learn from these textbooks and use them to prove that in this 1.4 billion strong country, we are capable enough of assuming certain positions. We never have the chance to, look outside the campus. We don't have enough energy. We rarely have those discussions. Most of the time, we talk about our hobbies. For example, calligraphy, TV dramas, and we don't, get to talk about environment and society or things that are actually, significant.
Okay, Julie, what would be some interesting and hot topics among your generation besides your mental protection? Do you also talk about pop music, art, and other things?
Yeah, of course we do. We're like all of the youths, I think all around the world. We, of course, also talk about like movies and music and other interests like fashion and other stuff and books um and us, we live together, like the whole class, we are like together 24/7. So we kind of like just, we're a small family. And one of the things like kind of we talk a lot about is climate activism, and that's something that we talk about a lot, and how we can make a change. But we also have a normal like day-to-day like talk, and watch movies together, and share our interests with each other, and enlighten each other on whatever we find interesting.
Okay, next question. Chili, if you can come to China to be a high school student, and Vincent, if you can go to Denmark to be a high school student. 所以如果 Chili 和乐华你们可以
So if you two swap your places, and you go, Chile goes to China, and Vincent comes to Denmark, what kind of life would you like to have? How would you schedule your learning and living in a new country?
Chili, would you like to start first?
Yeah. So how would I like to schedule my life? I think if I were to move to China, it would be a whole new system, very different from where I come from here in Denmark. So I'll try to, follow as much like the system there, but put my own like myself into it. So kind of like design it after my own needs. And I don't know what to say, like also have time to explore, like not have what I've heard that you work a lot and you study a lot. I would also try to have a lot of time to just myself and to do what I like, and to do stuff for myself and not work as much and not study too much. Of course, what is necessary, and also have time to get to know the people there. I don't know if I misunderstood the question.
那如果说我在丹麦的话，我也会尝试去学习融入他们
Well,
的
if I were in Denmark, I would also try to
他们对于环境的这种研究
see, there are studies on environment. I'm very curious about that. In China, in recent years, we also are, quite active on environment. I also was involved in volunteer activities about environment. I don't work out that much. I only play ping pong and I ride bikes, but I heard that in Denmark, you've got really great nature. And I would love to bike in the Danish nature, perhaps, biking with my friends and such.
好的，好，大家对未来都有一些
All
什么样的
right. What kind of plans do you have for your future? Let's say in the next, 10 years later, if you look back at this China-Danish education forum, would you say the conversation today is going to have an impact on your life in 10 years?
我看乐怀在认真的思考。
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I had problem with the sound.
Actually, so what would be your plan for the future? Say if 10 years from now, when you think back and we had a conversation today in the China-Denmark Education Forum, would there be any influence or impact from this conversation given to you? And so it's just a brainstorming. Any impact our conference will be in your life?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think both me and other Danish people and China, we can learn from each other. And I think it's very important that we have these discussions and these talks so that we can share our experiences so that we can together create something for the future that is better, because we kind of hear about what works for each other, and maybe we will try some of the systems you have, but they may not work for us. So I think it's very important that we kind of have this dialogue with each other to try and create something new, but I definitely think that it will have an impact on how it might be in 10 years, and I hope so.
Well, this conversation allows me to have access to a very different system, different culture. And to pay attention to different ways of learning. And this really broadened my mind so that I do not need to study something that's so fixed. I should not limit my learning to textbooks, but to the environment, to really study the environment around me. So personally, I want to learn cycling. I used to like cycling a lot, but due to pressure, academic pressure, I gave it up. So right now I do feel a need to exercise more. Okay, thank you. Vincent, Chile.
You can have some free talk. Would that be okay? 你们可以自由的交流一下，就是不一定要回答我。
Well, you two can take over, can just chat whatever you want. You can talk about your life, interesting stories in your life. So we want to see how Chinese youth and Danish youth would talk in a very more natural setting.
Yeah, okay. So
先问一下，你们那边疫情严重吗？
I do want to ask, how's the COVID-19 going in your country? Is pandemic serious in Denmark?
Yeah, so on this Friday, September 11th, or was it Saturday? Well, 2 days ago, all the restrictions went away. So now it's not, it's called a social critical disease. So now everything is back to normal and we can be in like big groups up to 50,000 people. So right now there's no restrictions at all, which I'm very grateful for. I'm very happy how we got through this this whole pandemic. How is like the situation in China?
中国现在的情况，在
Well,
我现在
situation in China, I'm in Shanghai,
非常好。
and everything is great in Shanghai.
今年初就
Starting from the beginning of this year, it's been quite safe.
那我刚刚说实话，我是很想问一下你们这
So
边
earlier I
是
actually
专
want
门
to
有
know
多少
that
时间是花在线下的聚会，就是这种交流上的。因为
how long do you spend on offline activities?
我喜欢那种线上的
Because
线下很少
in
见。
China, most people do not gather offline much. We just talk online. So I want to know your situation.
Yeah, that's a good question. Me myself, I am very much not on my phone a lot. I feel like our whole culture and youth culture is so much online, and I think it can be very damaging. So I myself try not to be online more than 1.5 hours to 2 hours a day. It's difficult sometimes, and especially if I'm sick in bed or when we're in lockdown, I spent, I think, maybe 8 hours on my phone, which is really, really bad, and it's bad for my mental health. So on my day life, I try not to be on my phone as much and try to be social and hang out with other people and go into the forest or go to the water or go biking or anything like that, do other stuff. But I think it's easy for me now that I live with 14 others my own age. But if I were at home with my dad alone, I think I would spend much more time on my phone. But I think also like online activities are great to bond with others, especially for people who have had time socializing. And also I think it's crazy how you can sit in Shanghai and I can sit here in Denmark and we can be talking together. So I also think there are very good parts on the whole online world. But I try to limit my use of it because I also feel like it can be very damaging, and I also have experienced it. So yeah.
谢谢你的回答。
Thank you for your answer.
在中国，或者说在就我现就之前暑假考上大学以后，放假的这段
So
时间，
in my
我
summer
们
vacation, after I
经常
got
会出去聚
an
会，
offer to
目的
university,
性的，比如
and
说
we
我们一起去
did have lots of free time to have meals, gathering with classmates, but I feel everyone has their own agenda and there's a purpose to each gathering. So we don't really have opportunity to go to the forest or to go cycling. And so I would like to ask you, if you can choose to participate in gatherings, what forms, what would you do in your gatherings?
What kind of gatherings do you mean?
不一定是聚会，就是说跟朋友见面的话，
Not necessarily gathering, but when you go see your friends, meet up with your friends, what would you do?
It really depends on what friends it is. I do different stuff with different people. One of my friends and I, we watch a lot of movies and talk about the movies because we think it's very interesting. So sometimes we just have sleepovers where we watch like 5 movies all night and just hang out. But here at the school, with the people here, we like to do a lot of creative stuff. So sometimes we'll just after school, we'll go and meet up, and then we just sit and draw and listen to music and speak and have a good time. So I think it's very different on who you are, and some of us might go and work out together, and then we might go and harvest some of our vegetables from our garden, or we will cycle to the west coast and go for a swim, or I think we will do many stuff like just chill things like that. But we'll also go to concerts and the movies or something like that. What do you do with your friends when you go to see them?
我平时很少跟朋友来往，那基本
So
上
I seldom go out with my friends. They're all busy.
在一起的聚会的话，像比如说
So I only see them in gatherings. This time I saw my primary school student, primary school, middle school, high school classmates, and they spend so much time on their phone in the gathering. We seldom talk. So, but actually the gathering with primary school classmates wasn't bad, it was the best because we haven't seen each other for so long. So we have so much curiosity in each other's life. But in middle school and high school, we stay in touch, so we know what's going on in each other's lives. So many of them were playing their phones, maybe only a few people talking. And high school is even worse. We gather together to play phone games together, and I seldom play, so I can only talk to another person. So we really seldom meet up with friends, but online we meet a lot. For example, I had some calligraphy group online. Because we share the same interests, but because my interests are so not mainstream, so we actually locate in different cities.
Okay, so if I understand it right, like you normally talk with your friends online, like on a phone call, Discord, anything like that, and hang like kind of. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's like, as you say, if your hobbies are not that mainstream, I think it's really cool that people can meet up and talk online, and also because like if you don't have that much time in a day, it's cool that you can just hop on online and then you kind of socialize. Would you wish you were more in like person with your friends and hang out and not be on your devices?
是的，这肯定是当然。
Yes, of course.
小众爱好只是各异，只是说他们很少愿意。
Not just my interest group online, but for my other friends, the friends I met online, they do not want to meet up offline. So some in my free times, when I have free time to go out, I don't have friends to meet and I don't have things to do. Because all my friends that I actually have contact with are online friends. And so I'd rather spending time at home, writing, practicing calligraphy. So it seems that you enjoy your time with your friends offline a lot.
Yeah, I really do, and it really means a lot to me, and also my well-being. In lockdown, when I didn't see my friends in 3 months, I think it was some of the most difficult time for me. Only seeing them on a screen. I think it's important to connect with them, being in person with them, and it made me feel really lonely, even though they were on the screen. And even though I could just call them, I feel like I need to have people around me and to feel their energy and like how they're doing, and have good laughs with them. So do you ever feel lonely, like when you only see your friends online? Or are you just used to it?
我个人来讲，如果说我在投入的去做某一件事情的时候，
So when I'm very absorbed in doing something, when I'm watching the American TV shows I like, I don't feel lonely. But when I'm have nothing to do, and yes, I do feel I'm used to it, and then have to have something to entertain myself, reading books, listening to music, and sometimes I spend the whole day reading in the library.
Okay. Would you wish you like you were more with your friends, or in the future do you want to like have a more life with your friends around you every day, or do you think it's fine the way you have it now?
Of course, I hope so. I just don't have the opportunity to do so. And I haven't found a group of people that I belong, that we can discuss things. Because in the recent few years, like my old friends who I met at different activities, they have their own things, they're busy, or they are studying abroad. They are not in their home city anymore.
Classmates before, don't like to talk face to face. We had so many homework. We only had time in the evening or at night after the school was over. So we would just talk online. Most of the friends just communicate online. We have these chat groups with our close friends to just like hang out online.
Okay. But in like the weekends, do you also have classes there, or do you have a couple of days where you could be with your friends, meet up with them, or do you not have time like the whole week?
Now we do. But we spend a lot of time reading in the library or at home. In the past, Monday to Friday would be, going to school, and Friday we would end around 4 p.m. and come back home and do our homework. On Saturday, we usually would have, these extracurricular classes we had to take, and on Sunday as well. In the afternoon, on the weekend, we would just play badminton or basketball. A bit of a workout and exercise. And anyway, we never had the time to really stay over at a friend's place in the past. Now we do have that time, but most of our classmates are not around anymore. It's quite a pity. Right.
What about the people you go to college with? Are you making friends with them, or is it more like you're just in a class together, but you don't really speak?
We don't even appear in the same class because it's all remote learning. It's all Zoom classes. We don't go to university. Everyone is just, attending lectures on Zoom. We only see profile photos. We always see the teachers' faces. It's hard to even add them on WeChat or have their contact information. when we talk, it's just, well, did you do your homework? Can you help me out? No chit-chatting anymore. What about you? What about your college? Do you talk a lot in person, offline?
Yeah, we do. Right now, I'm actually sitting in one of our classrooms. We are like this whole like class HF Imagine. We're 17 people in total. We have all our classes together. When we go into the school when we're at the school, where we are 3 days a week, there are also other youths and other people attending high school or college. The gymnasium, and we often talk with them and socialize with the other classes. And tomorrow night we'll have a laser game with a class called Cold Hawaii, which are the surfers. They're like 50 people. So then we will socialize with them. So we do have a lot of socializing here in Denmark, and also I live with the people I go to school with. So we have like all my socializing are with them. But with my friends I have from home, I don't really talk to them that often anymore, also because I'm not on my phone as much, but I try to call them in the weekends and FaceTime them and meet up with them when it's possible. I feel like we all agree that being together in person is much better than seeing each other on a screen. I don't think we're that used to it, even though we had a total of 6 months of homeschooling, remote learning. So yeah, I'm really grateful that we get to have school in person. Why are you having remote learning? Is because of the whole COVID situation?
Yes, because of COVID, I can't go there. That's why, the people who can't go to the campus would just join on Zoom.
Okay, so Vincent, I would like to know, like, what is your biggest wish? Like, when you imagine your future, like, how does it look like? Like, are you, like, what is your job? What are you doing? Like, when you imagine your future, how would it be? How do you want it to be?
I want to finish my college first and then be a designer of some sort, like a web designer, just to be a coder, or, do a lot of visual designs, such as posters, and get money from that. That's all I have. What about you? What do you want to do when you grow up in the future?
Well, first of all, that sounds so cool. I'm not really into all that designing myself, but I know some people who are, and it's really, really cool, and it must be a cool job, I think. And there's also a very big future in for it. So that sounds really interesting. But for me, I don't really have a specific plan. I think when I imagine my future, I just imagine that I are able to change something for somebody, make life better for other people, fighting for a cause. Maybe I will be a teacher. I think I maybe will, but I think when I'm done with college here, I'll go volunteer, and I will maybe go teach English in somewhere in the world, or anything, just doing some volunteering, and making a difference for others. I think that's what's most important for me. And if I don't make any money, that's okay, as long as I'm happy, I think. Yeah.
That sounds really cool. I also thought about being a teacher in the future, Very unfortunately, I don't have support from my family. They don't think I'm cut out to be a teacher. I would actually love to teach young kids. I like kids. I was tutoring before as a part-time teacher. I tutored kids math. I found that interesting and meaningful.
Yeah, that sounds like, I think it will like be very interesting if you also like it could be cool if you became a teacher and you followed the things you initially want to do and not, you know, listening to what others are saying. So does your family's meaning and opinions have a lot of impact on your choices?
Some influence, but they cannot decide for me. They give me a lot of suggestions. They know that I like design, also like teaching. My parents would say for the school that you applied for, most the majors are about computer science, especially my college, which is a very good IT university that can land me on very good IT related jobs in the future. So my parents just told me after, you get a good job, get money, maybe you can be a teacher afterwards. It's never too late. And then I realized maybe that's a good advice.
Interesting. Okay. So do you live at home with your parents?
For now, yes. But my mom got injured a few months ago. She went away for surgery. It was just me and my younger brother home. I was looking after him. Now my parents just moved back, and I live in my bedroom, and my younger brother lives with my parents. But my families don't usually interfere with my life. I attend my Zoom lectures. I make decisions as to what I want to do at what time.
Okay, so you have a lot of freedom to do with your time that you want when you have spare time.
Do your parents make decisions for you?
No, not really. They try to give me advice. I only have my dad left, so it's my dad and my aunt who kind of are like my parents. Um, they give me advice and they tell me what they think, but I think it's very important for them that I do whatever I want to do and that whatever makes me happy. I think that's the most important thing for them. That they try to make sure of like this choice I'm making, like, will this make you happy? And they will 100% like, yeah, support me. So I'm very grateful that I have this like freedom and opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you visit your parents on the weekend or do you visit them after a whole semester is over? So like how long do you stay on the campus?
It's very different from like what I want to do. Like last year I also lived on a like boarding school kind of. So I've been not living home for like over a year now. And I usually go home every 3 weeks, every month, maybe every 2 weeks. It's like if I have to do something at home, attend a family meeting or something, I'll go home. But usually I just stay here where I am at college, and do my life here. I usually call home like 2 times, maybe 3 times a week. So I still talk with them. But I don't go home that often. Also, I have like six and a half hours train ride. So it's very expensive and it takes a lot of time. So I usually just try and stay.
Got it. Seems like you're very independent.
I want to know, how much pocket money do you have? Do you earn your own money or your parents would give you money? And what do you spend it on?
Yeah, I am very independent, and I think that many Danish people my age are also very independent at this age, and especially the people I live with. But when I turn 18, and you are studying in college or high school or anything in Denmark, you get money from the state. It depends on how much money your parents' income are, and also like if you're living alone or you're living at home, or it depends on many things, but you get money so that you can like afford living. I myself are not 18 and now, so right now I get the amount of money from my aunt that like I have to, so that I can pay my rent, I can pay food, I can pay transportation and other stuff. It's very little amount of money so that I can just make it, and I think it's a very good like experience, that like having control over money yourself. But I wish I could afford this myself right now, but next summer I can. So I'm looking forward to that, not being financially unindependent. What do you say? Like being financially dependent myself. Yeah. So, and I just use my money on all the groceries and rent, but I also go thrifting a lot. So, buying secondhand clothing. But or else I use my money for going to the movies or doing other fun stuff. Do you have pocket money, and what do you do with them?
Well, in high school, I had pocket money. At the time, I wasn't independent. I couldn't earn any money. So my parents would give me 20 to 50 kwai per week that I would spend on snacks. Sometimes I would save them for books. And later on, I started to work as tutor. And then I started to save a lot of money, and so that I could afford to buy a second-hand iPhone. Besides my pocket money, every month I have some income because I would write on articles, and also I would make some small apps, and that I can make a few $100 per month. And also we have Chinese New Year, during which time kids can get red pocket money from their parents or relatives. In the past, usually the money is controlled by the parents, but nowadays the children can control them. And we're so glad to see how well you two talked about details in your life. And it's quite entertaining for us. Well, today, this is the end of the sharings from our two high school representatives, and we need to move on to the next session. And thank you once again.
接下来，我们有请丹麦
And now
奥
we
胡斯
will
大学
first
教育
give
学
the
院副教
floor
授汉斯·亨利
to
克努普教
Professor
授
and
进
Hans
行分享。
Henrik Noob,
有请
Assistant
汉斯教
Professor
授
from。Department of Education of Aarhus University for a presentation. Welcome.
Hello, hi Hans.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, it's up to you, and feel free to share your screen now.
You want me to share it?
If you have a PowerPoint presentation, you can share the screen. Otherwise, you can start the presentation now.
Okay, I'll start my presentation now.
Okay.
Okay, well, welcome to this session, and thank you for inviting me. It's a great honor to be here, and there's so much to do in education to make sure that our students thrive in school. And I have prepared a presentation for you where I summarize some of the main topics that Danish schools are working with in this regard, and that draws on international research, but which is often something that we really have to work with in schools in order for it to function. So I will share my screen now and go to my presentation. Okay, let me see here. Hold on a second. Let me see here. Okay. So can you see this now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, and should I do anything with my? Can you see my face also, my screen, so that you can see me talking also?
Yes, I can see your face in a small screen.
Okay. Does it work this way so that I can start now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, welcome to this presentation on play, learning, and creativity, where I will be focusing on well-being in school, especially for the pupils, the students, of course, but indeed much of what I will be saying is just as relevant for the teachers and the administrators of school as it's focusing on the well-being as a human being. To play and to learn and to be creative is as natural for human beings as to breathe and to eat and to sleep. So this is really something that we can all share, and that, in my view, unifies humanity in ways that we may not have appreciated in this way before. So I speak about life qualities, and life qualities is a good term, I think, because everybody wants good quality life, and we have all these small things in life that make us happy and make us thrive and gives us a sense that life is worth living. And also, when we have enough life quality, we tend to flourish. We tend to be healthy in body and mind, and
and that way also be set up for good learning processes in this way. So what are the life qualities that we are looking at now from a research point of view? What does science tell us about life qualities? Well, one way to look at it very broadly is that there are two types of experiences that make life worth living. There are the joys of the moment, and the joys of the moment is everything you experience. That can be memories from the past, it can be sensations here and now, but it's different from the joys of expectations, in the sense that joys of expectations give you this sense that there's something to strive for, there's something to work for, and thereby opens the sense that life is meaningful. It's not already over, there's something to do with it. So to be healthy and feel good in the moment, or do the right thing in the moment, while at the same time have this joy of expectation, are important for people's sense of life being worthwhile. And pupils in school, students in school, and teachers should allow themselves to enjoy the classroom, enjoy becoming wiser as they learn, and also they should be endowed with this sense that this is really leading to something good. I am not here to disqualify myself. I'm here to prepare for a good life for my family, for myself, for society, and this is important. So I will go in a bit more first in the joy of the moment, and then a bit more about expectation, just to give you some concepts on this. Regarding the joy of the moment, this is a motivation for learning and creating. If life feels good, or at least good enough, you want to learn more about it. You want to do more with it. So this is a basic tenet in life. And examples of what it means to enjoy the moment is to feel physically healthy, to have energy in body and mind. You don't want to go to sleep. You are energized. It's also about positive emotions, like the sense of safety and trust in the classroom, or having fun, and also the sense of beauty around you. Beauty may sound like a luxury, but we all know that beautiful rooms make for beautiful experiences. And we think that beauty is more worthwhile than ugliness. That's why we cherish beauty. So whatever is beautiful is also stimulating and motivating for children. And also a joy of the moment is the sense of social belonging, of course, and mutual appreciation, so that you feel welcome, that students feel welcome in the learning setting, in the school, and that they have something to contribute with that people appreciate. And of course, you could give many other examples, but these are some of the most important. If we look at the expectations towards the future, it's about optimism versus pessimism very much. If you believe that there's something to look forward to in your life that gives you this joy of expectation, you're optimistic in that regard. Optimism, of course, can go too far, so you're just over-optimistic and you jump out of a skyscraper and think you can fly. That's, of course, too much optimism. But the fact that you can overdo something does not make it false. The fact that you can be too optimistic does not mean that you can live a good life without believing in the future, in a good future. So optimism is very important. And what research shows us is that optimism and pessimism in pupils and in teachers serve as self-fulfilling prophecies. And we have a lot of research on that from different fields that add up to this point. Most known probably is a placebo effect, which has been known for over half a century, and which basically means that if patients in the hospital believe that a cure is working, that alone increases the likelihood that it will be working. And there's also this version of it called a nocebo. If you have an effective treatment, but the patient thinks that it is not effective, it will be less effective for that reason alone. And this is important for pupils also. Pupils who believe that they can do well are much more likely to do well than pupils who think they will fail. There are some evolutionary perspectives on this also. So you have anthropology pointing to the likelihood that all living organisms need to believe that it's worthwhile to strive to live for life in order to do all the hard work they do. And so you could argue that the reason there are human beings on Earth is that they have been optimistic enough throughout the millions of years that have gone before. There's also something called disposition perspectives, which is about genetics. So some of your pupils are more disposed genetically to be optimistic than others. This is not fair, but it looks as if it's a reality, that there's simply people who are much more likely to be optimistic than others, and that served them well. It is not fair, but that's the way nature works. We are not all born equal, but we can do something to make society fair. And there's something called expectation perspectives, which has been studied intensely in educational research by, for instance, John Hattie or Robert Rosenthal and Jacobson. And this is really about, these are studies that show that the expectations that students have of their own performance at the exam or at a challenge that is coming is highly predictive of what will actually happen. It's almost eerie. It's almost, you almost get scared by these studies showing how predictive it is. It's really something you don't want to mess too much with. If you install an idea in a pupil that this pupil will never be good at anything, you're most likely damaging this child because the child will start believing it oftentimes. And then there's something called the attribution perspective, which are studied by Martin Seligman and others, and that's basically about if you have an optimistic stance, you're likely to think that you're good enough, that if you fail one day, it's likely to change tomorrow because I'm good enough. And contrary to that, if you're pessimistic, you're likely to think that things will go bad, and if they go good one day, it's coincidence. Tomorrow it'll go bad again because I'm an idiot, and that's the way it is. So, and these attributions, which is about what the name for this comes from what people attribute as causes for their learning success or failure, can be changed. These what you attribute as the cause of your success or failure can be changed so that you can strengthen yourself in the process. If, for instance, you believe that any failure is none of your business, it's really due to society or the surroundings or the teacher, ironically, it can serve you well in the sense that at least you don't think that you're an idiot yourself, that you are basically pessimistic and thereby become a negative self-fulfilling prophecy. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't listen to your teacher, of course, and that you are not sometimes really, you really need to understand that you did fail this and so on. But basically, if you attribute good things to some quality in yourself also, it serves you well because it makes you more optimistic as regards striving for good things in life. Then there is a self-efficacy perspectives that also overlap with this, which is highly influential in psychology, and which is basically about believing that you can master challenges coming at you, and this can be learned also. So if you in school learn that you and experience that you are actually able to meet the challenges, that alone will make it more likely that you are better, that you will succeed in the future also. And we have what we call the mindset perspectives, which is about whether you think that you are able to become a better learner in time, or you think that you have a fixed learning capacity. So we talk about fixed mindset and growth mindset. All of these scientific insights add up to the point that optimism is important for pupils. The belief that they can master challenges if they really make an effort are important for pupils. And this research should be informing schools in general today. An overview, if we look at life qualities as an overview and understand that these are sources for personal and social flourishing, here's just a summarizing list of what we are looking at that are all important. There's this basic physical health. There are adequate degrees of freedom. If people don't have freedom to act, they're of course not likely to act, and they will just be passive, which is a depressive stance for all living organisms. If living organisms are passive, they will die. And the same goes for human beings, of course. So we have to have the sense of being able to do something, have enough freedom, sense of freedom that we can actually make a difference in our lives and contribute to the surroundings. We have to have optimism, not too much of it, but enough, which we could call realistic optimism. We have to have these good social relations. We have to have sufficient positive emotion, not to walk around in a depressed, meaningless state in daily life. We have to have enough curiosity in order to engage in something and be in flow in daily life. We have to have the sense of meaning. And when we ask the question, what does meaning mean? A good definition is this one, that it's the cognitive and emotional sense of the now having value and the future having purpose. This is a very good definition of what it means to sense meaning in life. That the way you think and feel right now gives you the sense that my life has value right now, and the future is having a purpose. I have something to do, something important to work with, and therefore I strive. So this is the sense of meaning, and every pupil, every student should have that, and every pupil and student suffers if they don't have that, just as the teachers will. And then when we go to learning, that learning should be sufficiently interesting in order to be rewarding and stimulate further learning, of course. That will make it psychologically sustainable, that you don't burn out by the learning processes, you become stimulated by them. You get a desire to learn more from the way you learn. And creatively, you should have the sense that you're not only becoming a copy by going to school, a copy of the culture, although of course you should learn about the culture and that you're embedded in. You should also have the sense that you're an original, that you have something original to contribute with, simply because you're an original person who has original experiences, which no person ever has had exactly the same kind of. So your personal experience of life is something that is completely unique to you, and that holds this potential to contribute with something original every day, and be that unique person that you are. And when people sense that they are acknowledged for that, and they're respected for that, and also expected to be originals, while at the same time part of the community, they're likely to contribute more, to take more responsibility, to be more creative and more valuable to their surroundings also. And then we should have a sense, pupils, we all should have this sense that success, there's sufficient success in what we do to be rewarded in that, so that we think that when we look back on what came out of all our efforts, we should basically understand that if we have the sense that there was sufficient success, we are likely to work more and do more and pursue new successes, and that way we are functioning sustainably in our own lives. All these life qualities that I have here in the left column in this table are learnable here. They are learnable through experience and reflection in school and beyond. They are also teachable directly and also indirectly by organizing schools and communities in ways where individuals and groups sense all these life qualities. What we know now, increasingly clear in the research, is that all these positive life qualities can also be used when life is hard. So if you have physical health, this will be a quality, this will be a power, it will make you more resilient if you run into problems, obviously. If you are optimistic, basically, this is helpful in situations where you are stressful also. If you are curious, if you have sufficient curiosity, this is a very good remedy for anxiety. Curiosity is sometimes called nature's own medicine against anxiety, because when you're really curious and you're focusing on something to become completely absorbed in what you focus on, then there is no room in your consciousness to be anxious, and anxiousness disappears. Even chronic pain that is there all the time can be sidetracked temporarily by complete focus on something else. So this is not to say that you should just disregard pain, of course, and of course you can't always, but everybody knows that if you're cutting down trees, for instance, with your chainsaw or some tool that you have, and you're completely absorbed in fixing this fence that you're cutting so that it becomes nice, you may scratch your hand and get a wound, and it may bleed for half an hour without you even noticing. And why? It must have hurt terribly, yes, but you were focusing on something else. And so you didn't notice. So even though there objectively was a lot of pain in your hand, it was completely out of your consciousness. And the same point goes for mental pain. So if you have anxiety, you may actually be able to sidetrack that while focusing on something interesting in school or in a learning process or a creative process. And while this is going on, the pain is not there, the anxiety is not there. And what we can see when we look closer at that example is that this absorption in learning and creativity not only pulls the anxiety out of your attention, out of your consciousness, it also heals you so that you're more likely not to be anxious in the future. It's a small thing that can make a big difference. And there are other examples of how you can use these life qualities also in situations where you're in stress. And the last point is the question, can we corrupt these life qualities? Can you treat a pupil or teacher or an individual in a way that they are damaged so much that they can no longer sense these life qualities? Yes, you can. And that's why we have the right column here. This is not eternal power. This is not just superpowers. These are human powers, human qualities, and they can be corrupted. And you can take them away. You can break people down in ways that all this life quality is taking out of them. And it should obviously never happen in school, but we have cases in which we can see it has happened in school, in every country in the world. And we should be aware of that and be aware that there's no good reason to do so. There's no good reason to take this life quality away from any pupil, because they will be worse learners and they will be less valuable to their community if we do. So this was an overview I wanted to share with you. And also, we may note this, that the needs for these life qualities are human universals. They're cross-cultural, they seem to be important for all people on earth. And that means that they are uniting humanity. We are united in this. And if we are really united in this, it's not really for meaningful political negotiation. That means that we can reserve politics for something else. This is really something that we all are united around. That means every mother and father wants their child to grow up with these life qualities. And every society which population has these life qualities will be a stronger society than societies where people do not have these life qualities. So this is really informing humanity now, and it's great to work with these issues. I will then give you an example of motivation psychology, which is about wholeheartedness. And this life quality, wholeheartedness, is really something that is part of what I've just talked about, but it's worth mentioning separately here because it's the strongest motivation theory that we have today. It's called self-determination theory, and I'll basically share that with you and point out the following: that if you want a good day in school or in general in your life, it seems cross-culturally that there are three basic psychological needs that need to be satisfied. And that means that in order for a student to function in school, in education, in order for a teacher to function, these three needs have to be satisfied. And I'll just go through them very briefly. The first one is the experience of own competence. It's really about this optimism. It's the experience that I can do this. I believe I can do this. And that means if you query it, if you survey whether that experience is there, and you give people an item you ask the students, what do you think about this statement? Is that you? To what degree is that you? I usually can if I do my best. Then the answer should be yes. Because if you say no, likelihood is that the pupil will not even try. And we may know that there's a good chance of flourishing if doing one's best, whereas it's impossible through sloppiness. There's no good experiences following you not doing your best. Like imagining playing the guitar and you're really not tuning it and you don't care whether you play the right chords. It's not going to be fun for you or anybody listening. The second need that has to be satisfied is the need for social relatedness. And that's because nobody functions in social isolation. So if you survey that and ask the pupils, what do you think of this statement? I'm not lonely, I'm somewhat important to others. They have to confirm that statement if they are to function. We are not functioning well if we don't feel socially embedded. Human beings are deeply social. We have the longest childhood of all animals. We are depending on the elder, our parents and grown-ups, much longer than any other animal. So it's deep within our nature to be social. And obviously that's why we sense that love is such a strong emotion, that loneliness is such an unpleasant emotion, and that there's so much meaning related to being acknowledged by other people. And finally, we need to experience this freedom to learn and to create, this autonomy, you may say, or freedom to learn and create, because it's unbearable not to learn. It's really unpleasant not to learn, and it's really unpleasant to have the sense that I am not original. I have nothing to create. I have nothing to contribute with. It's really self-destructive. And that means that if we survey this and ask the pupils, what do you think of this statement? I act voluntarily, almost no matter what. The answer should be yes. And this sounds almost crazy to some, that a school, which is mandatory and often boring and so on, should be voluntarily. We want to be out of school. That's what we look forward to. But that's not a good sign. An effective school is a school where you want to be, where you are curious, where you want to inquire, where you want to understand something, and you have an agenda as a student, as a pupil, and how crazy that may seem, it's still an ideal. It's almost impossible to argue against, because if a person is inquiring and interested and has a purpose with learning, shows up at school in the morning with an agenda, it's much more likely to be a good day. And that means that whenever we have to do something because a teacher says so, it's very important to understand that the teacher needs to provide meaningful explanations in order for the student's self-discipline to be a deed, to really strengthen the student, that this self-discipline is really strengthening the student. that will only happen if the student senses the meaning of this. Why is this important? And if there's a good explanation, a good reason giving for why this should be done, even though you would rather want to play football, then there's no problem. Then it's all good. And you may call this meaningful self-discipline, the queen of deeds. Very importantly then is to differentiate that from the opposite, the dark side, the back side of this golden coin, which we could call meaningless self-discipline. And meaningless self-discipline is this kind of discipline where you don't understand why you should do this. You just do it because somebody said so, and there's no reason given. And even though you want to be a good girl or you want to be a good boy and do what the authorities are telling you or the teachers are telling you, your parents are telling you, if you don't understand why it's a good idea, you're undermining yourself. You may not have problem behavior or anything. You may not in any way cause trouble to others by just being a good girl or a good boy, but it will undermine your self-esteem or your self-worth and your sense of interest in life. And this is self-destructive. And obviously, this should not happen. So as adults, as teachers, as educators, we should always do what we can to provide meaningful explanations for why discipline is important in certain situations, and thereby support our children and give them a better start in life. We can also put some extra words on this, which I'll briefly do, and say that this is another way of terming this experience of being competent enough is what we talked about earlier, called realistic optimism. An important point regarding social relatedness is that community should be liberating. So if a community is only restricting you and you don't sense any benefit of it for yourself, then you don't like to be there. You may say that a prison is a community of prisoners, but since no prisoner wants to be in this prison, presumably, it's not a place that makes life worth living. So maybe that's a wrong example here, but that's an example we use in Denmark. You know, we have people going to prison here, but the reason that can be a good idea is that people don't want to go to prison, that people don't find life worth living when they're in prison, and they are therefore deterred from crime in order to avoid going to prison. And almost complementary to this, if you allow people freedom, they need to assume responsibility in the same order in order to sustain society. If you have only freedom and no responsibility, society will erode into chaos, and it will be everybody fighting everyone, which is very unstable and unpleasant also. So we have done big studies in Denmark with 250,000 students on each of these topics, and have very interesting data on that, and a lot of concrete suggestions about how to apply the knowledge. In Denmark, we survey well-being among our pupils every year, and I have written up reports with colleagues about this regarding boredom, regarding community, and regarding optimism among pupils in schools. And this has been very well received, even though there are some dangers that we have to recognize when we do these big surveys. namely that they can be good if they are like glasses, like insight, like enlightenment for the teachers, so that teachers and communities can serve pupils better and by simply understanding better what's going on. And it can be unpleasant if it becomes a surveillance system where people are afraid of the big surveying system in a way that actually undermine their sense of freedom and indirectly also undermine their sense of social relatedness, because those who are controlling you and that you're afraid of, you don't feel socially related to them in a good way. And oftentimes, if you are too remote controlled by others, you don't feel so safe that you can do your best either, because you're constantly a bit afraid. So when we survey well-being, it should be done in a liberated way also. And the survey should function as a dashboard in a car where you are the driver, where the teachers are the drivers of the class, and where this information that you get from the dashboard, from the survey on well-being, simply makes you a better driver, a more informed driver, and one who can be more considerate and helpful to your pupils. When that happens, it's a great thing. And when that happens, we also have this sense that we are actually measuring something that we cherish, that everybody cherishes, because these life qualities are uniting humanity. It's something that we all want to share and experience. I think I'll go further than this. And just conclude with 2 slides. One is that these basic processes, that I've just been talking about, if we look deeply into that and see what is happening here, all of what I've just been talking about is depending on people sensing growth processes, not being stuck in their life, but being on a journey in their life. Happiness is a journey. It's not a place so much as it's a journey. And also balancing processes where you can accommodate the needs that you have. So if you need water, you can get water. If you need sleep, you can get rest. If you need food, you don't need to starve. There's food for you. And again, the metaphor I gave you before, the life qualities are experienced on the journey through life. And it's as when driving a car, where the good experiences depend on adequate speeding, braking, and steering. That means self-regulation and freedom to be a good driver, a good responsible driver, doing the right thing for community, for society, but also for yourself, your family, and your friends. And having the sense that I myself individually can make a difference socially. So the last slide is an overview of these that I have, where I take these life qualities and I bring them together to form one model of flourishing that I have published scientifically, and where these life qualities promote thriving and stand against mental health. I should just there's something missing here. Very important detail. They promote well-being. Well, sorry. I'll just take, you could just cut this afterwards. Sorry. it was okay. I just I misread it. So I just say it again. This model is a model where I bring together these life qualities to give you a full picture of what the science tells us about flourishing now from the perspectives that I work with. And the basic thing is that we all need to be able to self-regulate and to use our strength to grow. So every pupil needs that, every teacher needs that, we all need that. And when we do that, the likelihood is that we experience all these life qualities. And the life qualities here are in yellow. And the life qualities here are to be noted, they're all intrinsically motivated. That means that they are worthwhile in themselves. So that when people feel physical health, positive emotion, engagement, meaning, and social relations, this is not something people crave money in order to experience. Rather, they are willing to pay for it because it really makes life worthwhile to have these life qualities. And when we have these life qualities, we also sense that life is interesting. And when life is interesting, we are likely to want more life. And this is what is experienced when we sense curiosity, which is like, I want to draw more in, I want to understand more of the world. And complementary to that, the urge to act and to use what we have learned, where we want to make a difference and be original. And this is like potential energy. So when you start in the morning in school and you have pupils and teachers who have these life qualities as part of their experience in life, it's like a potential energy. You just have to open the gates in the classroom, in school, and the pupils are most likely to learn effectively, to contribute originally. And because of that, of course, success is very likely. Success in what you do is as likely as you can imagine, both regarding the competence, the academic competence, and the creativity, the originality. Because if you have a lot of energy and motivation coming from here, and you're focused on something meaningful, well, how can you avoid being successful to a degree? And if you are successful in what you do, you'll feel that rewarding. So you would sense a further interest in learning and also a further interest in creating. And that means that we have good circles here, that we understand almost as well as we understand the flow of cardiovascular systems in the body. These are biopsychosocial flows that we understand scientifically well enough today to advocate that this should be a human right in every classroom in the world, not because we want to provide children with luxurious circumstances, but because it's a humane thing to do. It's the most natural thing to do for children and adults, and because it serves the purpose of being in an effective school, of learning in a way that is sustainable and effective. Sustainable in the sense that it doesn't take away further interest in learning, and effective in the way that you really learn a lot that way, compared to if you're sitting there bored and with a sense of what you learn is really useless. Time is up, so I will just say that there are some boosters here that I've already been talking about that I will just bring in. so that you can see it for yourself. So, and a final point.
Professor Hans, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Wonderful. We still have a conversation after Mr. Chen's presentation. So keep in touch.
Okay.
好，非常感谢汉斯教授。
Thank
我
you,
们接
Professor
下来的分
Hans.
享嘉
Now
宾
we
是教
will
育专家、
have the
原
next
深圳明德学校
presenter
校长
who
陈宏斌
was
老师。
the former principal
有
of
请
Shenzhen
陈老
Mingde
师。
School, education expert, Mr. Chen Hongbin. Welcome.
各位观众、各位听
陈老师，
众，
你的
下午好。
屏幕可以稍微往下
Could
一
you
点，
please move
这样
down
我
your
们可以
camera a
看到。
bit?
好，
Hello.
Hello，这样可以吧？
好的。
好的。好。非常高兴有机会这个。
It's a great pleasure to be here
幸福感和学习的内驱力这样一个论坛。刚才听
for the forum on well-being and internal intrinsic motivation. I was greatly inspired by Professor Hans. He is a professional researcher. I've heard about a lot of great researchers, including those from the perspective of psychology. I am a principal and teacher on the front line.
我的一些基本的想法基本的想法。这个2020年呢，世界
I would also like to share my perspectives. In the World Wellbeing Report in 2020, among the countries and cities ranked,
156个国家和地区当中呢，芬兰是连续
in 156 countries and regions, Finland was rated as the happiest country for the second year, and Denmark was ranked the second. Aarhus, the second largest city and the major port city of Denmark, was the second most happiest city in 2020, and Copenhagen was number 5. Denmark has been rated as the happiest country for 4 years consecutively. That's one report, and just a while ago, on the 7th of September, there was another report by OECD on social and emotional capacity, which is the first round of a survey. The result was already announced on the 7th of September. OECD did a large-scale SSES for that.
是也参与了，简称就是 SSES 啊。
Suzhou City of China also participated, but what is SSES? OECD coins it as the capacity of an individual to achieve goals, work with others, and manage emotions. So it's about social and sensing capacity, which is different from academic capacity.
其实我们突然发现，他们不约而同的关注了一个问
We
题。
realized that both reports focus on the issue of emotions and well-being.
认真的思考一下，其实情感也好，幸福感也好，其实它就是我们人类的原初。
Whichever it is the very original purpose of the mankind. All our efforts are to create well-being of ourselves, of others, of the society.
幸福感其实就是我们的原初目标。
So that is what we started. That is also where education starts. I've been teaching as a teacher and principal for many years. I've been thinking about education as well. What are the focuses of education? I think coming back to the original starting line, it is the well-being of the children, their emotional growth, capacity growth, and their future well-being.
丹麦哥本哈根幸福研究所的首席执行官，他一直
CEO of the Copenhagen Happiness Research Institute, Mr. Meg Viking, wrote a book about why Danish are happy. He has long researched about the reasons of the high results of Denmark, and he summarized it as HYGGE, which could be understood as comfortable, relaxing, warm, cozy, and there are close relationships between people. It is a deep down comfort. It is about troubles going away for today and in the future, and to be able to enjoy the happiness that is at the moment. And Professor Hans talked about the joy of at the moment, a joy of expectations, and it also represents relaxing gathering. I like this definition a lot. We can also feel this in life. But for the OECD survey on social emotional skills, for teenagers around the world show that social and emotional What is happiness? Happiness is enjoyable state of mind that lasts relatively a long time. It is satisfaction towards life, and it is a state of mind that naturally would like to last. That is based on scientific research, and we can see several features. First is it lasts relatively a long period of time. Second, satisfaction towards life and feel pleasure from it. When students walk in the campus, they feel fun and joy. Third, it is a natural, joyful state of mind. It comes naturally instead of being forced upon. It is not arbitrarily created. This is naturally felt in an environment while interacting with others and learning and living. This is naturally occurred. It is also a emotional experience that happens at a subjective level. Happiness includes love, wisdom, and freedom. In this process, we can feel that when a child walks into a campus, the reason he or she feels happy is that he or she feels that others love him or her. He or she loves others, including students and teachers. The child is able to feel in the process of learning his or her individuality and wisdom. The pupil is able to have opportunities to excel. Happiness or well-being is the best and most ultimate motivation of mankind. Give it motivation to learn or to study. It comes from happiness or well-being. But what is happiness or well-being? It refers to a situation when humans realize that they need to be satisfied. For example, he or she needs a more relaxed environment, recognition, space, as well as a positive state of mind when dreams come true. With efforts and support, one's dreams come true. A positive state of mind occurs naturally, and that state of mind is happiness or well-being. It is a positive experience. Every child or adult performs evaluation based on his or her own living and emotional standards and exhibit a positive experience. Pupils have their own standards to evaluate. After the evaluation, they feel that the standards have been fulfilled or even surpassed. Then the experience is positive. that is happiness. Such standards usually are based on positive assessment. It helps one to remain optimistic in life. In summary, happiness is more positive emotions. When they look at pupils, students, and the future, they have more positivity and less negativity. It is not a state of pessimism, but optimism. And pupils have satisfaction towards life. That is happiness or well-being. To promote happiness, what can parents do? Many experts have been studying this. Today, we are communicating with the Danish experts. So let's quote a Danish research. Two authors, one American, one Danish, they wrote a book entitled Learning Happy Education from Danish Parents. It was published by CITIC Publishing House. They concluded a secret parent. P represents play. And the child rearing concept in Denmark, play is social networking between children, which is very inspiring. Play is more than play itself. When children play with each other, in that process, children are actually networking with each other. They learn the right ways of networking. They can accept others. A represents authenticity, which is valued by Danish. Whatever good or bad, they must be recognized and accepted. That is the authenticity. R refers to reframing. Less negativity and more positive energies. We already talked about this before, give it adults or children. It is impossible for everything to be rosy forever. That is just impossible. There are always problems. But how do we face them, tackle them? How to reframe them so that we can see more positivity instead of negativity is the key. E refers to empathy. It is said that Danish children must participate in a national project called Step by Step. In this process, children need to narrate others' emotions as well as their own thinking and ideas. That is communication exchanges and analysis of other perspectives, understanding, and emotions, which is the essence of empathy. N refers to no ultimatums. It is illegal to beat up the children. In China, that is also less and less common. We should stay away from adversarial family culture. Children need to learn right and wrong in understanding and growth. T refers to togetherness. Danish people tell children from young that they need to live in harmony with friends and families, enjoy unity and closeness, and great time together with people around them, give a school or family education. Most parents and teachers emphasize togetherness and relevant behaviors and activities, but to promote happiness and well-being, what can schools do? The OECD Global Report can offer some inspirations. The report shows for students that excel at social and emotional skills perform better academically. They have more satisfaction and happiness towards life. So social and emotional skills actually contribute to satisfaction and happiness. The skills do not stay unchanged. They can be shaped in learning. There are a lot of concrete results, for example, from childhood to puberty. The psychological state of happiness decreases. Middle-aged students are less happy than pupils. High schoolers are less happy than middle schoolers. Optimism is the most intimate capacity for the psychological happiness or well-being of students. Optimism is the most relevant capacity. Vitality can also increase the sense of happiness and well-being of students. So these are specific conclusions reached in the OECD report. As educators in the school, we need to analyze where does the sense of happiness of students come from in school. I think a relaxed learning environment is one of the answers, and also harmonious relationships between students and teachers can definitely help with the occurrence of happiness. Also, school atmosphere that is optimistic, free, positive, and upbeat. And when children are able to exhibit their skills and talent, those that are good at singing and dancing have opportunities to show the community that they have talent in singing or dancing or sports. That helps with a sense of joy and happiness. With their own efforts, assistance, and support from teachers and their peers, their academic learning, social experiments continue to grow and progress. The students constantly feel achievements. That also helps with the sense of happiness. Positive actions, kind acts also are contributive. When a person does a good deed, for example, extending a helping hand, or overcoming difficulties, the student also feels intrinsically sense of happiness. There are other examples where happiness could come from. This is Shanghai Jianping Middle School. We had debates very often. It was a relaxing and liberal environment where children were willing to share their opinions. Look how active and engaged high schoolers were. The learning environment was free and encouraging, supporting the expression of students of their own views towards life and everything else. I've seen a lot of schools over the years and learned many great practices in Pudong. There is a city called Dongsan Linbei School. Vegetables were everywhere. Those were grown by students and teachers. In that process, students understood how vegetables grew while harvesting their own growth. They felt joy and happiness. Look at this girl. It is very authentic smile. Every school, every class in the school had a piece of land that the students cared for. Students observed and cultivated the plants and vegetables. They harvested the agro products as well as joy and happiness. And this boy also is very joyful. It's a constant state of mind. Such joy art became an integral part of their life. Talent, performance of students. This was a club for gymnastics. Every time they got to show their talent in front of the school community, they felt sincerely and genuinely happy. Give it a rehearsal or stage performance, or when they competed professionally, they had positivity and sunshine in them, which came spontaneously. That was gymnastic club in the Shanghai Middle School, and when students took with these, for example, this is Zhenxi Middle School's high schoolers, they invited students from remote areas in Zhenxi to Shanghai. These poor children were brought to their home in Shanghai for living together. They ate together, they did homework together, and while the high schoolers helped out the younger ones from impoverished areas, they also felt happiness in themselves. We talked about happiness and well-being, but what is intrinsic motivation? It is a state of internal awakening or intensity that is based on being needed. It appears to be internal motivation that pushes the organism to move in order to achieve what it wants. We encourage students to move, act, and create. The basis is needs. Sense of happiness and well-being is one of the many targets of mankind, as well as one of the needs of the mankind. And needs create such intrinsic motivation. That is why the organizer decided to combine sense of well-being or happiness and intrinsic motivation. I think that is very relevant and significant. Sense of happiness is a core concept of positive psychology and emphasizes the importance of the experience and attitude of positive emotions. So sense of happiness is the intrinsic motivation of learning. It also says sense of happiness or well-being fortifies the positive and upward psychological experience in the learning process. When students learn, when they harvest positive experience, the sense of happiness reinforces it, and also the sense of happiness and well-being help children feel the joy of learning, experience their own strength. And such an experience can be translated into sense of achievement and happiness when the goals are achieved, thus building even stronger intrinsic motivations of learning. So sense of well-being or happiness promotes internal motivation of learning, which in turn promotes success in learning. Because there is intrinsic motivation, students can continuously endeavor, study, learn, and grow. Hence, success comes into being. And the success in learning also contributes to the sense of well-being of students after continuous efforts when they achieve success at different stages. The success can also create a sense of joy, happiness, and well-being. This is the virtuous circle that is formed. In the interest of time, I will stop here. That's just an overview. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Now we will welcome the conversation session. So, Professor Hans, please turn on your camera and also your audio. Just now, we listened to two presentations. I don't know whether you have questions for each other. Professor Hans, do you have any questions for me?
Okay, Hans.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for Mr.
Yes.
Chen in China?
Yeah, I was wondering how you when you compare a small country with 5 million people with a country like China with far over 1 billion people, whether you think that it is possible to create school environments based on the same principles that I postulated in the Chinese setting. You already addressed it in your very interesting presentation, but do you see some differences or something that should be adapted from what I was talking about when introduced in China?
I did not hear the translation. I don't know why.
Ah.
Sorry, I did not get the translation. Could you please repeat the question again?
Oh, I was asking about your experiences of differences in Danish and Chinese schools. I understand you didn't hear my presentation.
Thank you for the question. We are different. China has a large population. Resources per capita is very low. Countries in East Asia, including Japan and South Korea, see much more competitions. Contrastly, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, and other Scandinavian countries, they have a different landscape. They're happier. Population, geography, resources are also contributing factors from a different perspective, though. Education is the same. Students are growing in all places, and we have a lot to learn from each other. Many educators, given teachers or principals here in China, when visiting schools in Denmark, really agreed with the approaches and principles in Denmark. Over the years, we absorbed a lot of good practices from Denmark and adapted them to Chinese soil. In the past 3 decades, Chinese education, same as Chinese economy, continued to get closer to the West. We learned your strength and grafted them to China. We also know things don't happen overnight. Learning today cannot be applied immediately. It needs localization. I heard Professor Hans mention joy of the moment and joy of expectations. For these two, they are often placed on one or the other. Seems like we can only choose one of the two. If we are happy today, we should not be happy about expectations, and vice versa. But I agree with what you said, give it joy of the moment or joy of the expectation. They can be united as one. We are glad to see schools today, teachers and principals today are increasingly recognizing that joy from today and the future, happiness from today and the future are united and combined. That's what we do and work. Thank you, Professor Hans, for the great sharing. Thank you for sharing your research. Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Do you have any question for Professor Hans? I do. Professor Hans is academic researcher. At the school level, how many theories are translated into practice? Is there any good practice for theories to be turned into practice in Denmark? Thank you.
The question was, just to make sure I understand it, whether we have more theories that should be turned into practice. Is that correct? Understood?
Yes. When you conduct research and have all sorts of results, how are these results applied in schools and classrooms?
Yeah.
And change behavior?
This is the difficult question because theory is easy and practice is difficult, and because theory is more clean and practice is more muddy. So often, of course, oftentimes it's difficult to get good ideas to inform practice for a number of reasons. But one of the most important things that we have learned is that if you want to really support a school in taking in new knowledge, we need to work on different levels at the same time, so that one level doesn't work against the other level. And that means that, for instance, when we make recommendations based on the national surveys on well-being, we have recommendations for teachers. You can do this and this and this. For instance, if we see what can you do if you have a high degree of boredom in class and nobody really benefits from that, it would be much more effective and nice if you had engaged students. So what can you do pedagogically regarding boredom? And then we also, side by side, have recommendations for pupils, because you can have the best teacher in the world. If the pupils don't listen, it doesn't make any difference. So the pupils have their part of the responsibility for not having a classroom of boredom also. And then we have recommendations for the principal. What can you do to support your teachers in getting rid of unhealthy boredom, the prolonged boredom that is depressing for pupils? And then we have recommendations for parents. What can you do not to work against the teachers or to support the school's ambition to get rid of boredom, for instance? And we have recommendations even for politicians as what they should be considering when setting up their framework, and what they should avoid, not in order to do damage to the schools, which can happen because, you know, politicians disagree, and you may have research showing that if people are afraid of surveillance, they don't function so well as if surveillance is more like a dashboard, which is liberating. And you can have politicians who are completely indifferent, or they don't care about that. They have a different viewpoint, which of course is okay in a democracy, but it may stand and it may hinder that many of the good ideas go to the schools. So we try to inform politicians also so that they don't work against their own ambition. And yeah, so it's a systemic approach. My point is that if you have this systemic approach without it being totalitarian, only rather in telling people, showing people how a school depends on many different influences and many different stakeholders. And if they work in synchrony, success in transmitting new knowledge, it's much more likely than if they battle at all levels and the interests coincide at all levels. So teachers work against students who work against teachers, and parents work against teachers. And it's not, it's more like a divide and conquer situation than if they work in synchrony. And as researchers and communicators, we do a lot to help the system, the society work together on something that they really have a united interest in, being student well-being and learning in school. Thank you for your question. I hope I answered it.
谢谢韩思教授的回答，非常好。
Thank you for the excellent answer. For Chinese professors, it is the same challenge. For principals and the teachers on the front line, they really want researchers, professors, and research institutes to communicate directly with the teachers and principals more from kindergartens, primary schools, and middle schools and high schools, so they can actually see the problems in reality. After a problem occurs, we could offer different perspectives. You have the professional, academic, theoretical perspectives, and the teachers and principals can offer practical perspectives, as Professor Hans mentioned. Politicians. Actually, politicians and government officers sometimes need to also be brought to site. Education needs to be experienced and felt on site. I think they need to come here to look at the problem, to think and analyze the problems. I agree with what you said. Education is not just a one point. The point of a parent, of a teacher, of a politician. It is a systematic structure that involves diverse stakeholders who all need to work together for solutions. So they need to come to education site. They need to be included in the education sites. As a principal, I often emphasize the word commonality. Issues of the school have commonality, which requires joint efforts in finding solutions. Education is indeed complicated. Thank you for the great sharing, Professor Hans.
Thank you. I have one more idea to share, if there's time. There's this saying that when you really want your students to do your best, and you do because you want them to be skilled and competent, and you also want them to sustain, you don't want to burn them out in the process. There's this principle that sounds like this. It said, teach children or pupils, students, not to compete against each other today, but rather compete against themselves yesterday. So the success formula becomes improving, that every pupil is improving every day, rather than getting your peers down by yourself getting up. Of course, nature and the way the world is, we compete against each other, but when we look at the educational energy in a classroom, it's clear that it is a null-sum game, or even a minus-sum game emotionally, if the success of one pupil implies the defeat of others or the fiasco of others. So this is null-sum. And because positive emotions are far less influential than negative emotions, it's null-sum game, because every time one wins, it feels much worse at the bottom than it feels good at the top, to put it popularly, if you just rank order pupils, which we often do. We do that in Denmark also, but we're becoming increasingly aware that if our broad population of pupils are to maintain their joy of learning, we cannot install inferiority complexes in large parts of the population. It's just not the right thing to do. And there's this very nice principle that allows for doing your best, really striving to improve and succeed without damaging the others. And the principle is compete against yourself yesterday rather than against your peers today. This opens for success for everyone. Everybody is improving just as much as they would otherwise, but the focus is not on social comparison, but rather individual improvement, which will benefit the social coherence indirectly. So that I just wanted to share that idea and hear what you think about that.
Thank you, Professor Hans. I agree with you very much on that. In our daily teaching, we also focus on telling parents that don't compare your student with other students, compare them with what they were yesterday, because there are a lot of individual differences that we like. In multiple intelligence theory of Howard Gardner, everyone excels differently. Everyone has different talents. For example, one excels in arts and in math and others at different things. Everyone is different. As educators, most of us recognize that, but the problem is not with teachers, but parents. Parents like to compare. They compare their children with others. After every exam, the parents always want to know the ranking of their children. The ranking itself is a comparison. You are seeing the growth of students as scores. The ranking itself is the indicator of growth. That is the horizontal comparison, which we don't want to see. But in the society, it happens all the time, including PISA by OECD and also SSES by OECD. Well, subjectively, they recognize that, understand a lot of scholars are very negative about them, but ranking itself is quite narrow. It encourages or fortifies the concept of ranking. There is ranking in the society. The ranking is also brought to the parents, and the parents would influence their students, and thus affecting the ecosystem in schools, which is not beneficial to students' growth. Sometimes educators, theorists, to a certain extent, can find positivity in such rankings. For example, PISA is offering a scientific valuation to our practices, but also it has a negative side, which is it reinforces such horizontal comparisons. Every country has its specificity. We know for developed countries, they have their economic, finance, and other strength. For smaller countries that are relatively backward, they also have their own strength. For example, Bhutan. The national happiness index of Bhutan is very high too. Give it to people or countries, there are commonalities to derive as a frontline principle. For decades, I would say that educators and teachers sometimes have their hands tied. They understand what the theories are, but they are being challenged by parents and other forces from the society. Education itself is being interfered and intervened. That is a practical question. Apart from responding to your idea, I would like to share my own thinking as a school administrator, aka principal. My secret is to put every focus on students, to look at things from the perspective of students. When we guide parents and teachers, I often tell them to look at the perspective of students. What are students thinking? Where does the joy come from? I can give you an easy or simple example. There is a very good school in China. One year, there was a competition of ambassador of experiment. There were two selection processes, one by teachers and one by students. Surprisingly, do you know what was prioritized by students? Which is free dress code Friday. Because from Monday to Thursday, students had to wear uniforms. But for Friday, students could wear whatever clothes that they wanted. It was free Friday. And for students, that was number one priority. I think that was very telling. Adults look at things from adults' perspectives. We tend to neglect what students think. If we put ourselves in their shoes, we probably will make a lot of changes. That was very inspiring because for students, they really cared about their ideas, individuality, wishes, and thinking, whether the idea can be achieved no matter how small the idea is. Another example of student pleasure was that for the midterm exams, teachers were no longer asked to supervise them. Students felt trusted and happy. There are a lot of stories like this. I think we can extract them and share them with parents and teachers. For the so-called good things in the eyes of the adults may not be good for students. We think we're helping students. We think we're creating conditions for the students, but they don't appreciate that. The students will say, you don't even understand what I want. So when I manage the school, I really care about what's felt deep down inside in students' hearts. I detect their needs, and for the good and satisfiable needs, we should do everything we can to facilitate them so that they can feel the joy and the sense of happiness in their life and study. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chen Hongbing and Professor Hans Neuf. It was an excellent discussion. Thank you again to both of you. Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Professor Hans. And thank you, all the audience. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
来自中国和丹麦的2位父亲。
Next, we'll have 2 fathers from China and Denmark. One of them is Henrik Axelsen. He's a manager and parent of 2 children. And Mr. Ule is a lawyer and a parent. Let's start with Mr. Axelsen. Axelsen,
Hello there.
the floor is yours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What do you think about happiness in Danish school education? Thank you.
Hi, Henrik. Feel free to start your presentation.
Oh, okay. Hey there. Yeah. Thank you for actually having me along in this board. I could see there's a lot of very important and very educated people. As I see myself in this company, I feel that I'm just a normal parent, and I feel that I have been working with all the people around this setup for about 3 or 4 years. And the thing is that I've been having a lot of kids in my family, even though I have 2 kids on my own. I have also have 3 kids on my wife, because we are a family brought together. So actually we have had 5 different kids in our family. And what we actually have been doing for our family itself is that for us it has been very important to raise our kids and to educate our kids in the different ways that we felt that they were actually an individual grown-ups, and they should have their own way of living their life and their childhood. So the thing is, for us, it was very important to know that they were loved by us. So that's why that I actually did my PowerPoint in a very low way of doing it, because it was very important for us that that love was one of the things that was actually a basic thing in our family. The thing was that to be loved was very part of our daily life, and not that we sitting around just looking at our kids and kiss them all the time and love you. But the thing was that whenever I had my kids for myself, and when we were supposed to go to sleep and we could read a book for them or so on, then I would take their hand, squeeze their hand, that is very tight, squeeze their hand, and say that that I squeezed them twice, because that was a way of telling my kids that it was very important to tell them that that I actually loved them. And I actually would hope that they would be honest, living their own life. Meant that way that it was important for us as a parent to actually tell our kids that it was very important that they were honest, just not even to themselves, but also to all the people around them, to the teacher at school, to the other parents if they had friends and so on, and to all their friends. It was very important that they were honest about what they were doing and honest to themselves. Very important was to be honest to yourself. And that's one of my basic things about raising our kids, was actually to be sure that the kids were all felt secure in their own world, and they were honest to themselves. Because as I always say, and I use also as a grandfather now, is that actually it was important to tell the kids that to be honest and be themselves, because importantly is to be themselves. Because as I said, be yourself, everyone else is taken. And that's kind of an expression we all know about, but it's actually very important to be sure that your kids know that they are good enough as they are. That's very important. The next thing I actually, and my wife and I talked about, was also that we, again, we actually loved them, but we were also very proud of them. And that was not just being proud of they were good at badminton or whatever it was just being proud of who they were and how they actually deal with their friends, how they actually deal with all the things around them, their teachers, their whatever coach at badminton practice or whatsoever. So it's, again, it seems very simple, but I feel that kids really need this simple way of knowing that they are loved and we are proud of them. Basically, I discussed this with a lot of other folks, and last night, we had some friends along, and I told them that I went to this seminar today, and they said, well, it's friends that we have for a long time. We've had kids on same age and so on, and they said, well, and the man in the family, Tommy, he said to me, Henrik, looking back at your family, you've always been good at telling your kids that you are proud of them. Even though I can remember when we went to school, you followed your kids to school, even though they could actually walk themselves or bicycle themselves, you still followed them to school. And that was actually fun looking at. But now we can see that your kids are actually having a good way of living their adult life because they felt that they were loved and they were actually told that you guys were proud of them. And I know it's easy to say when I have a boy there's a world champion or whatsoever, gold medalist in badminton, but that's not it, because my son and my daughter and my 3 other kids that we have with my wife had before we met, that's actually 5, as I said before, 5 different kids, but it's still very important to be around an individual. It's very important to tell the kids that they are something special. The next thing, as I said, again, it's very simple in my PowerPoint, in my own PowerPoint, is about trust. I just feel about trusting the kids, whatever they do. One of our kids, my wife's Oliver, he had a very good school and very good class with a lot of friends, but they had a lot of problems in that school with a lot of drugs. Even though we feel that it's a very good to be in a Danish school education and so on, but still they had a lot of problems with drugs. And we talked a lot with Oliver about this, but we trusted him. We trusted him in not being so weak to take all these drugs from the friends in school. We trusted him when he had to go to a party, when he had to go and have a get together with friends and so on. We trusted him that he was not taking all these opportunities of actually taking the drugs. So that had been very, very important for us to actually trust our kids in whatever they do, tell them that we trust them, tell them that if they have anything to discuss with us as a parent, they could always come to us. They could also tell us if they're having any kind of things they would like to share with us, if they had been in trouble with some things or so. We trusted them in whatever they did. So that's had been one of the topics that, again, that we actually were having told the kids always that we trust them in whatever they do. And they should actually trust themselves. When they took a decision of saying no to things or saying yes to things, they should actually trust themselves. Are you guys getting what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. The next thing that I actually have as a topic for all years when that is actually about hope. And that's about now when my son Viktor, he actually won the gold medalist at the Olympics. I actually had a speech at his party. We had a big party afterwards when he came back home to Denmark. We had a big party, and I actually gave him this one. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's kind of a Danish thing about love, hope, and also about tro, håb og kærlighed, as we call it. It's about trust, hope, and love. And what it is, it's actually a kind of a necklace that mostly girls can wear. But I actually did it because how can you tell your kids when they are adults and they have their own family and so on, that you still has this big heart for your kids? And the thing is that you actually are trying to tell them that you still love them, even though they are 20, 27 or 26 or whatsoever, they have their own family, but you're still their parent. And that's, to me, it's very, very important to actually show, maybe not for so much for the kids, but it's also for your own reason to tell them that you actually love them. And that's why I actually had this speech when I talked a lot about, as I said, about hope. And I actually feel that it was important for me, even though Viktor is 27, that I could have this speech telling him that his own life with his own family was also about love, and it was about hope, and it was about trust. And not even that we're not religious in our family, but it's still about having something to trust in, to believe in. And that was very important to actually, as even though our kids are adult, to take some of the things that we told the kids when they were young, and they were small, and now they are grown-ups and so on, still have the same way of thinking, the same way of actually trying to tell our kids how maybe, hopefully, that they would actually their kids. And I don't know if that would ever happen. I feel we actually succeeded. I can see I only have one grandchild, but I can still see Viktor and his wife actually have some of the same topics, some of the same way of raising Vega, their little daughter. And that's important for me to see, okay, well, then you can tell yourself, maybe you succeeded a little bit being an adult and being a parent to your kids. And the last thing, I used it to you guys in the start, and I also use it for now, because what I feel is that to actually have a lot of kids in our family was, as I said before, it was very different from where you were actually each individuals, and now when they're grown-ups, they are spread around the world. They have their own life. They are having their different jobs. One is in the clothing company, one is a psychologist, and so on and so on. But they still have their own life. But their basic way of thinking, when they come back home to us, visit us, and be around our friends and so on, I can still see that they remember what we actually told them when they were kids. They remember that this is about being yourself. As I said before, being yourself, everyone else is taken, right? Because to me, it doesn't matter if they are a world champion or they are working at a clothing company or whatever they do. To me, it's important to tell them that we love them. And it's very important to tell them a lot of times that you love them, because the thing is that it's very important that people are what they are. They are not measured by being good at badminton or playing piano or being good at whatever. They are good as they are. And I can actually tell, because as I said, I have 5 different kids, and they have very, very different way of living their adult life, even though they have the same background, the same topics coming from our way of raising them, but they are all happy and they all feel loved. I hope this was what I have to bring to the table. I hope people could get something out of it, but I'm very pleased to be around this very educated people, and I hope that you got just a. It was maybe very simple, but it was also a way of raising our 5 kids together. Thank you.
Thank you. A great pleasure to see you. Viktor Axelsen was a beautiful sharing. I'm touched about how to let them be themselves, how to focus on their individuality, and how to send a message of love. That is very inspiring. I am an attorney. I'm a criminal attorney. So I'm a defense attorney.
Whoa.
And I'm a human rights lawyer. My wife is also a lawyer. We have 3 children. The biggest one is studying in the UK.
Oh,
the
nice.
second and third are in China. We are based in Beijing today. I am actually traveling to Wuhan, and I'm in Wuhan in my hotel room right now.
Yeah, you gotta have the.
Yes. What I want to share with you is that the cultures are different. In China, we don't really, praise our children that often. We don't compliment them that often. On the contrary, what we do is to criticize them. We tell them, you're naughty, you're not working hard enough, etc. That causes a problem, which is self-confidence. The students, our children, always frustrated. My second child is 10 years old. He once asked me, do you think I can make it to university one day? That really was alerting for me because my second son is very good in school. He's very smart. I started to think about my approach of raising him. Maybe there is a problem in how I raise him. Chinese parents don't recognize our children enough. Well, there are some good parents, of course. Second, perhaps it's because of our works. We don't spend a lot of time with our parents, with our children. We don't have the time for them. That also leads to problems. I've been visiting schools and talking to educators in recent months. I have to admit that China is developing so fast right now. Everyone is so busy. Parents sometimes neglect the most important asset in their life, which is their children. They neglect communication and exchanges with their children, which is problematic, especially when it comes to mental health of students. Sometimes students have mental health problems even. We have a teacher on, on forums and also parents forums, and we gather to talk about how to avoid mental problems of students, even though the problem appears to be with the students, but these problems are caused by the parents. That is why for me personally, that China had COVID in the beginning of 2020. During that time, I bought a RV, a recreational vehicle. Well, during pandemic, we could not go to work, but we could travel to remote areas. So we took our children in the RV to travel to Tibet, to Western China, to Dali, Southwest China, and to Dunhuang, Northwest China. And during that trip, we got much closer to our children. There was such a big improvement in bonding between us. My eldest son already graduated from master's degree. I don't have to really take care of him, but my youngest is only 5. I need to spend a lot of time with them to look at how they're doing, listen to recommendations from my friends, from teachers. I can't and I should not deal with my children as a lawyer. I should not be so demanding on them so that they lose self-confidence. I think here in China, a very prevalent problem is that we don't pay much attention to the mental status of children, the psychology of children. I see that there are a lot of children who are suffering to a certain extent, psychologically speaking. Some experts tell me that the percentage of children that have psychological disorders is very high. Some children are even aggressive, even violent. Some children today are autistic, depressed, reserved. There are lots of disorders with children today. I have a friend who's an expert in child psychology, and he told me that. So what you shared is very inspiring to me. Not every child is going to be an Olympic champion, but every child in the eyes of the God is unique. Everyone is a unique individual in the eyes of the God. Every child assumes a unique role in the society. Every child has his or her own role to play. Sometimes parents are too anxious. In China, we are now trying to reduce burdens for the students and children. We are trying to discourage parents from taking students to more classes after school in private institutes. That is good. But on the other hand, the reason that the children were sent to these classes were because of the anxieties of the parents, because parents want their children to have a better future in the fierce competition that we see in the society today. And that brings sense of security to the parents. But that is unhealthy in terms of the psychology of the parents as well. All my friends are working under a lot of pressure. When we travel abroad, we see our foreign friends enjoy their lives. But Chinese people are working all the time. We don't have a Saturday or Sunday or public holiday. Everyone is living that way. And China has the college entrance examination, which is very, very stressful, because only a certain percentage of all the students that take the exam can go to university. So in China, everyone cares about how children should grow. I just created a football club recently. It's for parents. And we try to include the students and children. We want children to be part of our club. And while playing football, we can bond and get closer. We're trying our best. So I want to know what Danish parents do. Do you also have anxieties? Do you have an anxieties and do you feel insecure about the future of your children? Are you afraid that your children are not having early start enough? Well, in China, children start to learn piano at 5, ballet at 4. I think that is not right. But I know, we just don't want our children to be left behind. It's difficult for parents. It's more difficult for the children. I feel bad for both parents and the children, actually. I thank the forum for giving me such an opportunity. I'm really glad to be here. 20 years ago, many children in China could not even afford to go to school. They never had access to school. 20 years later, there are so many schools, so many teachers, everyone has access to education. The problems that we're talking about today, if for 30 or 40 years ago, were unimaginable. People could not even go to school. Now everybody can, but they are too stressed. So that is a problem that China sees as a country in the past few decades. We would very much like to learn from you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Axelsen.
好，谢谢武雷先生，也谢谢
Thank you, Mr. Wu, and great thanks to Mr. Axelsen. I cannot hear the moderator. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I.
Hi, Harry, can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. I can hear you.
Great.
Everything is good.
Okay.
Now we will start the conversation.
Yeah. What I what
chat with Mr. Wu and ask any questions you have in mind for the parents in China. 武雷先生，接下来是我们的对话环节，然后我们也很
Mr. Wu, this is the conversation time. We very much look forward to the conversation that you will have with Mr. Axelsen from Denmark about well-being and happiness in school education in China and Denmark and about children growth. Thank you.
If it's okay to comment on this, Mr. Lu, I would like to actually. I can still see a lot of the points that you are. Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would like to comment on your speech, which I find very interesting, and I know because we have been traveling so much in China. My son speaks fully Chinese. We have our own setup in China. We have our own social media girl in Beijing, Chloe, and I feel that we know a lot about China, and I have been also having speeches on the camp here in Denmark in about childhood and raising kids and so on, and I feel it's very, very, very important for me to have the relationship with China because my son is traveling there so much. He speaks fully Mandarin and he's very interested in Chinese culture and so on. But the thing is, you guys in China are having such a huge business going on, and you are one of the biggest everywhere in industries whatsoever, technology and whatsoever, but it's going so fast over there. So there's a lot of day-by-day skills that you won't be getting because it's going so fast. So you, like you said yourself, you and your wife are working hard, and the kids are having maybe some struggles or so on because you don't have the history like we have. You have a long history for thousands of years like we have too, but your history is being the best in the world in a lot of different places, and that's important. That's also good for the rest of the world that you guys are so so good as producing stuff and technology and so on. But when you take the individual, I was at a camp here in Denmark about a year ago, where there was a Chinese boy coming up to me. I was having a speech there, and there was a boy coming up. The folks that were there, these folks had trouble with that little boy, and that little boy came up to me, sitting on my lap, and to me, he looked just like a normal boy, having a lot of energy. He would like to be a boy. He would like to play. He would like to be around all the other kids, but maybe he was a little bit too much. What he was looking for was attention. He was looking for some kind of attention from his parents, from his teacher in school, whatsoever. He was looking for attention. And that's what I see. Not that I should be a doctor in childhood, raising child. But I feel that in China, you're running so fast, so you actually miss out on the normal day-to-day things. And I'm not saying that this is the big problem in China all over, but it's one of the things I could see, because I've been following Chinese families for years now. But the one thing I would like to tell you is, because I like my little notebook here, it's very important for me to say this, because the thing is about Chinese people is now they are blaming themselves on not being good enough. And that's not the way. To me, it's not the way, blaming yourself on we should do better, because this is your history. You do the best you can. But that's because your history is having the way of being best in school, being best at your job, being best and so on. I feel there's a lot of good people in Denmark. They're also good at things and so on. But our history is different. And that's why your history, in Chinese, people are actually trying to live the history in the history that should take maybe 1,000 years. You take that in 40 or 50 years, because in the last 20 or 30 years, China has been going up like crazy. And that's why there would be a lot of leftovers, because that the thing is that you cannot, first of all, run fast in business and then having all the normal skills with you. You cannot do that, because even though you are smart and you're very clever people in China, you cannot do that, because that's not a human. Not even one human can do all these things in once. You gotta take a deep breath and say, okay, do I have to be the best in school, the best at my job and so on? Or as Viktor, my son, he actually have another way of saying it. And he actually, he goes out talking to small kids at badminton clubs. And one of the things that he goes for, is this one. It actually to say that you cannot be world champion, everyone. You cannot be the best in school. You cannot be the best on playing piano or badminton, but you can try your best to live out your full potential. Meant that way that if you are a little bit slow in school, you're not good at spelling or so, there's always a place for you. There's always a place where you can be good at another company, living a very good life, not being the best for spelling or whatsoever, but there's still a place for you, and you should have all the opportunity to live out your full potential. That's what we believe in. That's what Viktor tells all the small kids when he goes out to a badminton club, showing them how he actually started as a small kid. My son never got any private lessons or special needs or whatsoever. He just went to the club being social. He was socialized himself. Whenever he was off school, he went to the club, being around all his friends. And whenever he felt there was something that needed a boy to play in a match or whatever, he just jumped in. I didn't have money at that time to pay special one-by-one lessons or whatsoever. He just tried himself to actually live his full potential. I don't know if, as you also ask about being scared if your kids do good enough or something happen with your kids. If I can tell you, I'm scared, and I'm also very scared, and I can also sit around here at dinner thinking about where are all my 5 kids. If I hear the fire engine or whatsoever, I can still, hey, where is my kids? One is in Dubai, one is in New York, one is blah blah blah. But it's nothing to do about being a bad parent or a good parent, being scared about your kids, because as I also said to Victor when they Vega, I said, now your life has changed forever. Maybe that's one of the things in China. You guys have a kid, have a child, have now you can have 2 kids and so on. That's good. But the thing is, you still go on and on and on, because in China you have to be good. You have to work. You have to show something that you are good in something. You have to actually be something. But to be something is also to be a good parent. But again, ending my speech is never blame yourself. You guys are such a beautiful country and you did so much good for the whole world, but still don't blame yourself on not being good enough as a parent, because you did what the history in China has to offer. That's why you guys in China has to change the history. You have to change the history in raising kids. You got to listen to maybe what we do in Denmark or whatsoever, but you got to listen. You just not have to take, okay, we can change that in, we just changed it like we do all the other things. And we, you know, we just make a new iPhone, we just make a new car, we just make a new, you cannot do that with raising kids. You got to take all the good stuff and then try to change the history. Thank you.
非常非常感谢你这个。
Thank you very, very much. Thank you for the compliment on China's development as well. We can feel that. For my generation, we grew up in poverty. We could barely feed ourselves.
Yeah.
From poverty, we grew to today. That's the unique experience of my generation. We grew up with insecurities, and such insecurities are passed down to our children because we knew what being poor is like. China went through a very difficult path. As you said, there are historical reasons. And that kind of mindset is passed down to our children. But the children are different. They never lived in poverty. They grew up in Beijing. You know, Beijing, New York, Washington, D.C., Copenhagen, they look almost the same because they're mega cities. But the fundamental differences are not on the surface. We're parents. We always talk about, you know, the fundamentals of education. And from education, we look at society, the schools, families. First, education. Educators are under a lot of pressure. Everyone here lives with great pressure. Everyone is trying to race. No one has the time to sit down and rest. Everyone is racing. Teachers are working so hard. They need to be assessed all the time. School security, performance of students, they need to worry about everything. The education system is trying to improve, but the problems still are there. I think teacher assessment itself needs to change. Assessment starts from a college entrance examination. If someone fails at a college entrance examination, he is poorly regarded by the rest of society. If someone manages to enter top universities such as Beijing University in China, he receives a lot of respect. And that kind of mentality is trickled down from high school to middle school to primary school and then even to kindergartens, from education to the entire society and also back to families. What I feel is Chinese parents, many of the Chinese parents don't know what to do. They are overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I am a lawyer. I see a lot of entrepreneurs who manage businesses of billions of RMBs of revenue on a yearly basis, but they're not great parents in the traditional sense because their children don't go to top universities. That's how parents are rated in the Chinese society. For a young person, the only benchmark of success is to enter a good university. If you don't enter a good university, you are a loser. That's a societal problem. From the entrepreneur's perspective, in the very beginning, if they neglect their children, that will also be problematic. I do a lot of defenses for criminals, even murderers. Criminals, many of them have had difficult childhood. Many of these criminals, such as murderers, grew up without ever feeling loved. They were discriminated against. Nobody paid attention to them. I think as a society, we need more love. We need everyone to know that he or she is loved for the unique individual he or she is, and everyone need to be themselves and do your best, and you are already the best. We lack that kind of culture in China. And that makes our children vulnerable in facing stress. If we see children as products, I think we instill adult values too early into their brains. We try too hard, and we put all the burdens and baggages that we have onto their shoulders too early. Sometimes I organize salon for parents and I always say that only love can be passed down forever. Our hatred, the baggages from the past of ours, our fears cannot be passed to the children. And that's what I want to say. In the past few years, I have been consciously praising my children. I often talk to parents who have difficult children. I talk to them. I encourage the parents and tell them that their children are the best. They are good enough. But objectively speaking, China needs more counselors, psychologists, therapists that can help out. I really hope that one day you can come to China, Mr. Axelsen, and then you can talk to Chinese parents. If parents are loving, they will be loving towards their children as well. They can create a loving environment and a vision of love. If everyone can do that, the society will have more love and more harmony. And in the individual growth of children, parents don't have as many anxieties and baggages, and children can be more free. But China is going through a big transition. I think family education is being challenged too. The good thing is the society is seeing the challenge, from the government to industries, even to criminology, psychology. A lot of people are recognizing the challenge. We are realizing that there is a problem, but based on my observation as a parent, I'm not an expert. We have not yet found the solution to the problem. We cannot spend too much time on looking for the solution. We need to be fast because the cost is the happiness of children. We need to learn from best practices such as Denmark, how to create a good environment for our children. That is a future-facing topic. We need to be responsible towards the future of our children so that they can have freedom, can have individuality in their growth. Thank you.
Can I comment on this? It's very interesting to listen to your work and how you work, because it's very interesting. And I can see, to me, I can see you do your best and you are a good father. But also, as now we're not talking only about my family and your family, we also Danish families or Chinese families. But as I wrote on my notebook here, and I wrote this one, I wrote, living a life is your own choice. I know maybe it's easier to have your own choice in Denmark than it is a lot of other places like China or whatsoever, but still your life is your own choice. But as I said earlier, your history tells a lot about how you come from. You had a hard childhood. You couldn't even, maybe your family couldn't maybe even feed yourself and so on. And now you're sitting at a nice hotel with a nice dress and have a good life with good children and so on. And that's a history that comes up within only your life. This might be things that we have been maybe 3 or 4 generations of 10 generations to do so in our country. And that's why, as we said before, there would be a lot of things that actually miss out on this one. You try to take that much life, pushing into that much time. And if you try to push that much life into that much time, you would actually have things falling out, right? There would be a lot of things falling out of this. So that's how it is, and that's what I call history. But as I also said, the families they got to know, even though you live in China, and there's a lot of other ways of doing so, you got to remember this one, right? That's what the families in China have to think about, is that it is your own choice of living, and you are your own boss. But now, for what I feel is when I have been talking about with a lot of Asian people, like also Japanese, we talk a lot with the Japanese people too, and we feel that they meet at work at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they might go home at 8 at night or 10 o'clock at night. No one can be effective that long. No one can actually work hard from 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. Forget it. Not even Chinese people can do so. I mean, that's why I feel that we gotta change history, because the next thing is also this one.
Yes.
Actually not about money. Life is not only about money and getting richer and richer and so on, because what is it being rich? And I feel that that's what we actually in Denmark, we looking at being rich in another way that a lot of other people do, because we are a tiny small country, and we only 6 million people. We're not even not as when I went to China, and I went to Nanjing and Guangzhou and Shenzhen and so on. And when I talk where I come from, I'm only coming from a country with 6 million people. They would say that's not a country, that's just a small town. But the thing is about how we look at it. We look at it as way at being rich. It's not only about having a lot of money. It's also about having a rich life where we can actually do things with our family. And that doesn't have to be good things that cost a lot of money. It could also be just being around your family. And that's why that you should change your history. Because as you say, we also have problems here. We also have people having a poor life, and there's a lot of people having problems with their kids, and they are, they are maybe something wrong, and they have problems with diagnostics, something. So of course we have problems here. It's not just only, it's Hans Christian Andersen, lovely little fairy tale country. We have a lot of struggles here too. Believe me, we do. But we are aware of it, and we do something. And that's, I think, maybe is the problem in China. Again, you try to put so much life into so little time, and that's why you would have things falling out. And if you are aware of things falling out and you keep track of the things falling out, that could be a good way of trying to tell the Chinese people, the Chinese government sitting on top of it, is that if we try to do so, we will squeeze our whole country out of problem in China. Thank you.
Uh, 非常感谢我确实这样的一个对话呢，对我来讲
Thank you very much. The dialogue is so valuable to me.
Me
It's
too.
almost as if
Me
we're
too.
friends.
Yeah.
We should drink beer and just chat over a beer.
Yeah.
I've never been to Denmark.
You should come. Yeah.
But we watched Little Mermaid together. I watched the Little Mermaid together with my eldest son at the World Expo in 2009 in Shanghai, because we saw the Little Mermaid brought to the Danish pavilion. We would like to thank the Danish government and the people to move the Little Mermaid all the way to Shanghai. They actually also transported the seawater of Denmark to the pavilion in Shanghai. It was so impressive and beautiful. Apart from Harry Potter, my children, and well, everybody loves Harry Potter. And I think apart from Harry Potter, my younger ones love Lego. I think Lego also is from Denmark. They love it. They have really so many boxes of Lego. If it is possible, I would like to have school-to-school exchanges and family-to-family exchanges in the future. I hope that you can be invited to China. Perhaps you can be the head of a delegation, and just to bring some regular parents and psychologists to China, to Beijing. I will show you the Beijing duck. I'll invite you to Beijing duck and drink the Chinese rice liquor, the wine, the baijiu, and show you schools here. We have formal schooling and also homeschooling today. And I think these are very interesting things that we can study. We can look at how they function, and more attention should be given to these new types of education, and they need support as well from the entire society. Thank you, and it's so nice meeting you. I really hope that I can come to Beijing after COVID, or we can go to Denmark, such a beautiful country, and for us it's the country of fairy tale. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moderator, I guess the time is almost up.
Thank you.
好的，谢谢吴雷先生，谢谢 Harry 先生。好
Thank you, Mr. Wu, and thank you, Mr. Axelsen.
Thank you.
今天就到结束。
That concludes the conversation session for the parents. Great sharing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry.
Thank you.
Now we have a conversation between Ms. Zhang and Mr. Hansen. Just checking, Mr. Hansen, you can hear the interpreter, the translation, right?
Yes, I can
thank
hear
you. Okay. All right, Ms. Zhang, would you like to start with questions for Jacob? Or you?
中国的幼儿园
For Jacob, if you have questions about Chinese kindergarten or well-being in Chinese schools, you're also welcome to raise your questions to Ms. Zhang. You are both really interested in nature, and so I believe you have a lot in common. Thank you.
觉得雅可伯园长他们这个幼儿园那么以孩子的始终站在孩
I
子
see that you see everything from the children's perspectives, Jacob. You emphasized over and over again how we should try to understand children from their perspectives, and you also showed that in the process, teachers and adults actually enjoy. I very much like that. I think it's great. For teachers in our kindergartens, I think they have the same responsibilities. What they do on a daily basis is essentially the same. I want to know they for children with special needs. Are they learning together with other kids, or do they have their separate time? Do they have one-on-one, or do they have separate time where they receive special education, or are they always with other children?
Okay. Thank you for your feedback. That was very nice, and I agree that I think we have a lot in common, and I do also think that more or less our kindergartens, in the way we work in our practical way, we have a lot in common. When it comes to the children with the special needs, yes, we try to, as much as we can, to have them together with all the children. But as I told you, we have 44 children in the age of 3 to 6 years. This group is divided into two groups with 22 children in each group. and each group with 22 children is having 2 children with special needs, extra needs. And when we plan our learning environment, we are making smaller groups, because when we have the group with 22 children, including the 2 with extra needs, we have 4 adults. So we can divide the group into more or less a small group with 5 children times 4. And it also depends on the child, because one of the children we have right now is having a hard time when we are in the big community with all the children. It has hard on focusing, concentration. So we need to split the group up, and maybe sometimes it means it also depends on the day form, but it means sometimes that the child goes with 1 adult and maybe only 2 other children. And we pair it with these 2 children that we know can learn the child with extra needs to concentrate, or to listen, or to wait until it's his turn. And sometimes we will succeed with a group with 5 or 6 children. It's very rare that we are having the whole of the group together at all time. It could be with lunchtime, for example, that we will still have the. But then we have an adult close to the child that really needs some extra attention. I had yesterday I was spending time with one of the children, and when we were having lunch, I was just sitting behind him, and when he started to get a little bit unconcentrated, unfocused, and like teasing the other children, I just put my hand on his shoulder and gave him some massage, so he could feel me and feel his body, and then he calmed down again, and I spoke to him, you need to focus on your lungs, etc. So our goal is to make sure the child is together with the rest of the group, because the child in the next phase of life is going to school, and then there is a lot more children to interact with. And sometimes we also have it one-on-one, and that's because we do get some extra resources to work specifically with that child also. So there's some extra assignment. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get. I would like to ask something. Okay. Yeah. Because I didn't hear you from the beginning. I was in another meeting, so I didn't see the whole of your presentation. But I saw some of the pictures in the end, and as I could see, there's a lot of exciting games going on, playing, experimenting, a lot of interaction where it's not only what they see and what they hear and understand in their head, but also they get the hands into it. They can like the sense system, and I'm really glad to see that, because it's from my point of view and the scientists that we get knowledge from. is the best part. It is the best way for a child in the age of 0 to 6 years is the best way to learn, to get hands on. Yeah. So could you tell me a little bit more about the way you work in your institution?
就像这是我们有共识的，就是孩子要多动手，因为小孩子的
I agree with you. Children need to have more hands-on experience. Children need to experience things with all 5 senses: visual, auditory, gustatory, olfactory, and tactile. That means eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and hands. Everything needs to be involved. They need to feel the nature and everything in the world. That is a unique way of our young learners. When their body is engaged, they can actually channel the information together, which is the source of learning and creativity. We have a cross-disciplinary learning. Invention comes from new combinations. There is a problem with Chinese education, which is too much emphasis on exams. If exams become the purpose of learning, everyone only studies for good scores. They only apply intelligence, and they forget the engagement of bodies. Such students may score high in exams, however, their physical development is imbalanced. They don't have coordination between different senses. After they grow up, their creativity cannot be tapped into. That is why we have realized that in my kindergarten, we have a lot of focus on the coordination of the 5 senses and engagement of the sensory input. In our curriculum, 90% is hands-on. Only 10% is about character reading and poem appreciation. So only 10% does not involve hands. The rest of them always involve physical activities. Take music, for example. Students need to dance to the music. They need to feel with their hands different musical instruments, and they try to make sounds with their bodies so that the children can really be immersed in the rhythm and melody of the music so that they understand the different beats. Kodai is a Hungary music education system. Our teachers have been trained about how the music beats can be incorporated into physical development. For art, younger students are just playing with sculpture, colors, and shapes, and they do a lot of craftsmanship, such as origami, paper folding, carpentry, but they also go out to the nature to draw. They also draw food. This is called playing arts. You saw some photos, and most of them are from nature lessons. We bring the children to the nature to play. Apart from play, they also work. I think without nature and work, we are more prone to unhappiness and disorders. The children have all the farming tools to sow the seed, to remove the weed, to harvest the crops. They learn how to, keep silkworms and how to remove pesticide. And with that kind of exercise, the lessons that they understand science, and they spot a lot of scientific problems. They also learn how to express themselves and even write their expressions into poems. That is culture education right there. In the process, the children can also use paintings to record their actions and their learnings. For example, by drawing a tree or fruits that they pick. That is on an interdisciplinary section or lesson, and that is one of our specialties. And the next is physical exercise on a daily basis. There are a lot of exercises that they have to engage on, and they need to take care of themselves as much as possible. They are also encouraged to tidy the room by themselves, feed themselves over lunch, and clean up afterwards. We want children to know how to care for themselves and to be independent. We want the children to engage their body as much as possible. So there are a lot of activities that are hands-on. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. And with the last thing you said was that the child needs to learn to care for themselves and have that understanding how I act in front of another child or another person. If you need to learn that, you also need to understand how I take care of myself. And when we see that effect, we also see children which are in a good state of mind, and the well-being of them is on a high level. And we use is a little bit hard, but when we have the children with extra needs, and the other children see them, and they try to interact, they try to learn from each other, one another. How can I take care of that child? How can I help that child? Also gets learning back to me, so I can take care of myself, and I can understand things from another perspective, not only my own. I get a wider perspective, and that is good for society.
Very well said.
Thank you. I have another thing I would like to tell a little bit about, and then to ask you if you work in with the same experience. We have the children when they are playing outside at the playground, in the forest. We are very close to forest, and we also have some water close by. We are really trying to work with the children. Yeah, how can we learn the child to take care of itself if it doesn't know that when it's running down from a hill, you get a lot of speed, and maybe you will fall, or because your legs can't keep up. I think that the child needs these kind of experience. Instead of me as an adult telling the child, be careful, watch out, it's dangerous, don't do it. I'm sounding like a parent, and because the parents, they are very, oh, my little child, be careful, be careful. But as a teacher, we have a great task of letting the child get out of its own comfort zone to really try to understand and in the long term to take care of itself. So we are having games with speed, running, driving fast on bicycles. We also have, I mentioned before, the fireplace. We are working with the children to get closer to the fireplace. I'm burning, etc. We are also working with, when we are outside off the playground, that the children should have this feeling that they maybe are a little, yeah, they are gone. They feel that they don't have the adults nearby. In kind of a way, they are experimenting with getting away from the adult to make sure, okay, I can succeed. I don't have to be close to the adult at all times. But now I'm over here and it's working anyway. And we're also working with small knives to cut in wood. And these kind of games, we are calling them dangerous games. When I was young in Denmark, it was a normal thing to do. It was a normal game of when I was a young child. Nowadays we have this. Yeah, I would say that the parents think it's too dangerous. We are afraid of the things that maybe are a little bit too dangerous nowadays. But when I was young, it was a normal way of playing. So do you also have these challenges in with your children and with your parents that they are afraid that the child is getting too hurt by running and falling and so on, or yeah, I hope you understand my question.
明白，非常明白。
I understand.
Thank you.
I thought, you don't have that problem with Danish parents. I thought Danish people are more cool than Chinese parents. I actually really could relate to what you said. I actually would like to hold your hand right now. It's the same. We have exact same problems here because now it's very expensive to raise kids. It's a lot of efforts on it's a big taking in raising kids today compared to when we were children here in China. So children are more precious today in a way. When we were kids, we were left alone. We were always just exploring freely and as wild animals. But now everyone is being looked after by so many pairs of eyes, and parents are very anxious. Parents even hold us accountable when things go wrong. So what do we do here is that first, when we recruit students, we tell the parents very clearly beforehand, if you choose my kindergarten, there are certain risks you have to bear. Kids may fall, they may get injured, they may get scratches. Of course, we will try our best to avoid real danger. Those are preemptive. We need to prevent accidents from occurring, but we tell the parents small bumps here and there are inevitable. Theoretically speaking, we want them to happen. That's how children learn. That's how they build self-confidence and flexibility and agility. We tell parents before the students are admitted to my kindergarten. Some parents decide to walk away from my kindergarten when they hear that. That's fine.
Okay.
We are not a big school, but the brave us parents do choose us. Some parents are easier. They don't really complain as much when their children have bumps or scratches. But of course, when that happens, we tell the parents immediately. And parents would understand after hearing what happened from the teachers. That being said, we do have parents who don't understand as much, who come to schools, blame the teachers and be all over active, and we will try to comfort them.
这个去医院
And we, when needed, also bring the children to the clinic. We will cover the medical expenses when necessary.
Okay.
Of course, we do not allow big accidents to happen. We need to communicate with the parents beforehand. I think the advanced communication helps. When we bring children outside, teachers need to do an assessment first of the place that we will bring the children to. Different ages go to different places. Of course, for the younger ones, we will try to avoid places with big slopes that or places that have a big inclination or steep slope, and they are more likely to fall on a dunghill. So teachers have to do a lot of research and preparations. We have the same problem. We're under the same pressures from the parents, but still we need to understand what we want to do. If children are just clean and spotless every day, then they don't need to come to our schools. They just read books, but that's not the best for their development.
Thank you. It was interesting.
谢谢谢谢。然后我还想知道，就是你们是怎么跟
Thank you too. I have a question about how you communicate with parents. Do you have certain settings? For example, PTA meetings or some sort of like a parent school culture event, a community event?
Well, hopefully we will get back to have all the events that we had before the COVID-19 pandemic, because as I told you, I have only been here for 2 years, and I haven't had a parents meeting yet because of the pandemic. So I have only met the parents when they were entering the house, etc. But what we normally do when we have meetings regarding the children or the child, we have during the time the child is here, we have at least 3 meetings with the parents. One, the first meeting is when they start up. We will share, as you just told me, what can you expect from our kindergarten, and what do you expect from us, and we get some knowledge about the child, etc. And then again, after 3 to 6 months, we will have another meeting to see how is everything going. Do we have any misunderstandings? Do we need to have focus on something? And then when the child is moving from the nursery to the kindergarten, we have another meeting with the parents. And then again, just before the child starts in school, when it's 6 years old, we have a meeting with the parents, and we have a meeting with the school to make everything as smooth as possible for the next period of time when it starts in school. So we can have at least 3 meetings, but sometimes 5 meetings. It depends on if there's any issues, etc. And every time we have a frame that we use for how we communicate. Two teachers in the kindergarten will sit together and talk about the child, all the good things the child can do. Maybe it's good to be focused. It can play at the same table for like 10 minutes without getting disturbed. It can understand waiting in line, etc. And on the other hand, what are the things that the child needs to improve? And we ask the parents the same thing, and then we compare to the meeting. What do the parents see that the child needs to develop, and what do we see the child needs to develop? And we make a plan together, and we have the same focus. So we have the balance in expectation from the parent side and for the kindergarten side, and we work on the same road as we call it the red line. Then on top of that, we also have informal coffee meetings where the board, we have 7 parents which are a part of the board, and they will between 2 and 4 times during the year they will come and brew some coffee. Maybe they have baked a cake, and it's more like a little cozy and friendly interaction. And the parents will come. The parents will interact with each other. We will interact with the parents, and we will have this informal meeting together. And it's very good to have these kind of meetings, because then we are getting to know each other, and if there is some kind of issues, it's easier to talk about the issues when we just had coffee together. So we have a better understanding, a better interaction together. And then hopefully once a year we should have this parents meeting where I, as a principal, will tell about the plans and where we are and what's our next goal, etc. For example, with our new curriculum, which of 2018, we haven't showed it. We did not have a presentation for the parents yet, and it's 3 years old. So they really do not 100% understand our new curriculum yet, and that's a assignment that's on my table. Hopefully we can have these parents meeting where I will make a speech or something like that, a PowerPoint, and the parents can ask and try to understand and translate into a parent's understanding. And then the everyday communication is more or less online. We have a system where we can it's like an email, where we can text the parents, we can text the whole group, or we can text a smaller group if we had a learning environment with 5 children, etc. So they can get the full communication, they can get a smaller communication, or they can get a one-to-one communication. It depends on the subject. But the communication is always important. it's always important to keep the parents close to us, so we really can help each other, because we have the same goal, is the child. It's not me, it's not the parents, it's the child. Yes.
Thank you, Jakob. Very beautifully said. Your communication is very three-dimensional and systematic, really amazing. I'm also very curious about your new curriculum in 2018. Perhaps we don't have enough time, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jakob and Ms. Zhang. And great thanks to such excellent exchanges. That also concludes the conversation session. Thank you very much. You are excused. Thank you, Lan. Thank you for the great moderation. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. It's
And
been
goodbye.
very interesting. Hope to see you sometime again. Take care. Bye.
Welcome to the second China Danish Education Forum. And now give the floor to the council of the forum, Mr. Morgan Godberg, for the closing remarks. Welcome.
Thank you very much. All over the world, there's been focused more and more on learning. Children and young people, they spend more and more time in learning situations, including China and Denmark. Therefore, the well-being of learning is so important. And what I think is important thread through these interviews is that learning must be meaningful. You must be able to relate it to your personal life story, your experiences. If you have this relation into your life and your inner motivation, then you both can learn skills and more philosophical things. In Denmark, we talk about enlivening people, meaning that you must open your senses, all your senses, to be motivated for real learning. Not only your head, not only your heart, not only your body, not only your hands. A holistic learning is a learning which is deep learning and keeps on developing both skills and also your personal character. And I think that is very important for the future, because robots and artificial intelligence will take over more ordinary jobs. And what will be left back for human beings? That will be the human touch. That will be the human emotions. And therefore, we have to focus on building up in learning situations whole human beings being ready to judge, to work, to make right decisions, and to be able to guide the technology and the artificial intelligence. Therefore, I have really enjoyed these interviews and these meetings here between Chinese and Danish people, because we cannot imitate each other, but we can inspire each other, we can learn from each other, we can exchange best practices, and maybe more important, unsuccessful practices, what we can learn to improve our practice. So it has been a very fruitful process, this interaction, both exchanging skills and knowledge, but also exchanging culture and daily life. In that respect, we'll have a more learning future and even a more peaceful future. So thank you very much for participating, and I hope that we'll be able to continue this dialogue between China and Denmark for the future. Thank you very much.